All right, mic check, 1 2 and 2, mic check, 1 2 and 2. Am I coming through?
Clear.
Oh, we're clear. I think we're clear. So yeah, I looked yesterday. The bitrate issues, stream's just a little lower quality. That's fine. The
You know,
audio is good. There didn't seem to be any obvious skips in the VOD. I'm hoping to God that it exports correctly to YouTube. Um, oh, I didn't even change the stream title. That's fine, actually. Um, but we have more Silent Hill 2 today. And the big idea, we're gonna try to go for a different ending. Now, you might be like, but you already did pretty much the definitive ending. And to that I say, it's a bit of a downer, isn't it?
yeah,
A little
it's
bit.
really fucking depressing.
It's one of the most heart-wrenching things I willingly expose myself to. Um, again, full disclosure, it makes sense that we got in water. I was not aiming for in water.
Yeah,
But
you
I
could have
guess if
also
you gotten Laura.
you could have gotten Laura, which is also an ending I think fits the game. I'm gonna be real. I think.
The only one I don't think fits in the original endings is Maria. I think the idea of leaving the town with a manifestation and her immediately coughing means James learned nothing.
Yeah, exactly. He learned absolutely nothing, and it in water he learns, but he takes out the. It's the most. It's not the best way to solve that, and I think Laura is the only ending where like, we see James learn his lesson and decide that to make up for what he did,
Well,
he's
because
gotta live a better life.
the way I've explained it to people is that. Wait a minute. I started the game, but I started the game wrong.
No.
I started it
Oh, now you
wrong.
have the Mary cough.
That checked out. Um, I got anime mom disease, everyone. Enjoy the
You got
last 12
it.
months.
Happened.
Alright. Throw it up on screen. Completely agree. Also, no matter what way you
And then,
spin it, James did always intend on killing himself going into the town.
yeah.
Whether or not he does it is up to you. I also don't actually know how to start a new fear file. I think it's just, or I don't remember, I should say. I think it's simply just start a new game.
As far as I know.
We will check for one thing, and if it isn't there, we did not do it right. I'm pretty sure it's just new game. We're also going to be watching the cutscenes again, because I like seeing them in their context. But also, we're going to lift the don't talk over cutscenes rules, for the most part.
Okay.
Be respectful enough and, like, watch what we want to watch, but, like, I'm not going to tell you to shut the fuck up outside of the new things.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, again, only thing legible here. Oh, yeah, we're in New Fear. I think that's a channeling stone.
Okay.
Not what I want.
That's for
UFO.
UFO, I believe. Yeah.
Because the three endings that are unlocked on New Fear are UFO, Earth, Dog.
Okay.
I have not done the dog ending in more than 10 years
In my
now.
restless dreams,
So the goal
I see that tomb,
is dog.
Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday.
I still love
I
this letter.
love this JPEG.
It's really high quality now.
I'm alone there now,
Like, you don't see it
in our
100%, but this is way higher res than it was on PS2.
waiting for you.
Yeah.
Even these trees in the remake look pretty much the exact same.
I got a letter.
I got a letter.
The name on the envelope
I guess we can also start talking about things
My wife's
Yeah.
name.
because we can openly discuss spoilers. Also, we beat the game last night. Spoiler embargo is
Must
up.
be true.
It is
Yep,
gone.
That's what I
So
keep
if you're
telling
like,
myself.
hey, I don't want to know,
If you have never played a Silent Hill game and don't want to be spoiled, what we did last
When I
night,
died of that
closer what you
disease
want.
3 years
I walk
ago.
around spoilers pretty well in that.
So then,
and I didn't know
why am I
most of what was
looking
gonna
for
happen. And if I did know something, I didn't say about it until I saw it.
special place?
You've also solved a puzzle on your own.
Yeah.
This whole town was our special place.
This game, so much.
Does she mean the park on the lake?
To start though, I do kind of want this shot to stay.
Just the two of us.
Yeah,
shot
I don't want to
dur-
change much.
I mean, like, they're gonna change cutscenes, but if I had my way,
Is she
and I
really
might,
alive?
I don't know, I know someone broke Street Date and has been getting footage out, I have not been looking at it.
Yeah, don't want to.
I don't want to know, I literally get the game in 2 days. Just straight up, why would I want to?
I've already seen the remake that, for the most part, from what the footage we've seen that they mostly kept James's noodle run.
Yeah, it's
His
still
Holy Boy
awkward.
run.
But yeah, also, you might notice here, this van
Ah, it's
that I
edited,
didn't
okay.
point out earlier. But this is the van from the intro that we watched last night.
Yeah, that he's
Technically speaking, hang on, signposted by the Pete's Bolorama ad, but you wouldn't know why. Unless this is a repeat.
Okay.
And also just AR visit to Mecca for the year.
Brams 265.
And in this, it's 26.5. Which I think the remake goes with.
Yeah.
Actually, no! Brams's signage is scratched out?
Which is weird.
No, I like it. I like it because that means no one knows how far Brams actually is.
I kind of like initially, even though if you know what Silent Hill is about, you know something's up. It's a horror game. But initially, there's this feeling of why. I mean, even how this game starts, I feel like because this game starts with James already here.
Mhm.
And, like, you know, he has his car, and he's in the, he's like, oh, he stopped, he got out. But I think the real kind of, it's the same way as why we never see James fall down land down those holes. We see him jump, and we see him just there.
See him land once.
And that's when he's pushed. But every other time, he just is already on the ground when the camera's back on him.
Right.
Because it's not like he really fell. It's levels of unreality. He's
Also,
getting deeper and deeper into the illusion.
Forest. I thought it was gonna say New Fear. I thought that's what it always said. The remake signage has a good sense of humor. It does. I think that someone within, like, week 1 of the game existing is gonna modify the Silent Hill Ranch sign to be in Comic Sans.
I hope so.
Whoever does that is a hero. That fucker a medal. Get that little pyramid head medal from the fucking Homecoming.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost.
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill.
I do love. Hey, I'm looking for Silent Hill, and like that's a normal question,
Yeah.
but for us, that's like on par with what's the deal with Silent Hill anyway.
I gotta get to Silent Hill.
Yes.
What's the deal with that place?
What's the deal with that shitberg?
This game, it doesn't feel as much like a shitberg, but in Silent Hill 3,
There's something
Despite it
wrong.
being the same part of
It's
town.
kind of hard hard to explain, but
Yeah, but I think the
dangerous?
difference is we don't really see as much of the real town
and
here.
it's not just the
We're always
fog
in
either.
like.
Okay,
It's-
I got it.
I don't
Whereas
know.
in like Silent Hill 3, we get to see more of the like how the town has like the drug
I
problem and
believe you.
everything and the cult.
It's just.
And I
guess
think
It's
that makes it
actually-
feel even more like a shitburg.
That's a bit more forward in the first game, as far as like the drug stuff at least.
Yeah, it is.
I'm
But
looking
isn't
for
the drug problem still mentioned in the third game, although it's not as prominent?
I don't know how much PTV and White Claudia are mentioned by name.
very important to me.
I
I'd do anything if I could be
a
with you
drug
again.
called White Claudia.
Me too.
I'd be scared to
It's
take that
White
shit.
Claudia's the flower.
Oh, White
mean,
Claudia's
my
the
mother.
flower, yeah.
White Claudia's the
It's
flower
been
that's
so
ground
long
down.
since I've seen her.
Yeah, the actual drug's called
It's PTV.
I thought my
PTV. That's
father and
something
brother
I
were
can
here,
see
but
people taking. If somebody was like, hey, you want some
I
White
can't
Claudia? I'd be
find
like, fuck
either.
no.
I could do a line of White Claudia right now.
I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I'm not your
I
normal
am-
VTuber. I snort flowers.
Yeah, you too.
I gotta grind that shit up. You gotta grind up that shit that made the T-virus.
I want those pictures of Hello Kitty doing drugs, but like it's all her doing like wholesome activities, but it looks like she's doing the drugs. So like
I-
instead of those pictures of Hello Kitty snorting coke, it's stuff like I want her to be like snorting a line of flower petals.
You know, I
Flower
love that
petals and
smoking-
hearts.
You think she's smoking a cigarette? She's just chewing on a pixie stick.
No, she's got an apple slice in her hand instead of a vape.
I love that fucking video that went around of that guy and he's shirtless and we got it.
We got it! Extremely high attack power.
Did Pyramid Head wasn't ready for this shit.
He wasn't ready. There's a thing that James does, and I can't remember the button for it. But it's like, he puts it over his head?
Yeah.
Wait, is this supposed to be pretty much the same? Like, the pull animation is unique. But it looks like I'm holding at great knife angles. After I do
Yeah,
that,
well,
after I do that swing. Like, the way he
Kinda.
walks.
I think some of the animation's been reused, but I think they're mostly different.
It's neat, either way.
But it's one of those things where you're not really swinging the chainsaw, you're letting its own momentum of its weight do the work for you.
Oh, yeah. Chainsaws are, like, really fucking cool. But, like, they're kind of scary.
Chainsaws are terrifying.
They're so much fun to use.
They're extremely fun to use. I've never really used one because, frankly, I'm not entirely strong enough to control one properly.
There is one part of Hauntwork that I've never ever done, and kind of want to, and it's to be the motherfucker at the end that runs at you with a chainsaw.
No chain on it, just the chainsaw itself.
No
is
chain.
Fucking,
No chain,
and
no.
it's just revving.
You
yeah,
don't
so
know
it's
that,
basically
though.
harmless. Yeah, that's the point. But you know, it's worth
You
noting
hear
to
the
audience.
chainsaw, and that's the scary noise. Like, I love working haunts. Fucking love that shit. And Chainsaw is one of the few actor roles I have never done. I've never done Guide, I've never done Chainsaw.
Hmm.
Next year, potentially, I will be in a management position.
But
Which,
what a manager.
I mean, I've been doing it for, like, now.
Yeah.
8 or 9. I can't remember if it was 15 or 16 that I started haunting.
I know
and
that's the term, but that's a great term for the act of working at a haunt.
yeah,
I don't remember when I began haunting.
I don't remember.
That sounds like some shit you'd
It's
ask
one of my
fucking,
iconic
like,
quotes.
one of the ghosts in fucking Beetlejuice in the fucking waiting room. When you do your first haunt, eh?
Oh,
16,
about
15?
16.
20? No, 19.
Nah. I didn't know that James would just, like, do a normal walk. I thought it would... Or do whatever walk he was currently doing. Because there's no reason for you to have a weapon out at this point, so seeing him walk out with a weapon...
Was unusual.
I'm also probably not going to do a
Also-
lot of his little side thoughts. You can read
Noting.
it yesterday.
Noting for the audience, if you've never seen the HD collection version of this game, in the HD collection they fucked up the fog.
Okay.
So that,
I
so
will-
that lying figure is entirely visible.
I will lend them one thing. A lot of people didn't know this at the time. Fog is really, really, really complicated.
Oh, it's extremely complicated, but
Like, the
that's what,
PS2 specifically, you know why there's so many good fogs and so many transparent textures? Because, essentially the PS1, or the PS2 is two PS1s stapled into each other. And it is using the juice from the thing that allows it to emulate the PS1.
Ah, okay.
I don't know the exact technical specifics.
That's
But
why
it's-
the PS5 should have just been two PS4s bolted together.
That math ain't mathin'.
Yeah. If you put two PS4s together, they'd be really strong.
They'd be really strong.
They'd just be really powerful.
It'd cost $2,000.
Yeah, instead of just 1,000.
It's true. Just 1,000. I love
Just
how Fog started as a way to
$1,000.
get around limits on the PS1, then became something challenging PS2. Yeah, no. Like, the Fog is part of that. Also,
But
like,
yeah,
I still
no.
love the framing of this. Sorry. You were
When I
saying
say they
something.
fucked up the fog, I mean, I don't mean to, like, they fucked it up in, like, a technical aspect, just, like, the one scene where you need to make sure that you cannot see what the creature is. It's just there. He's like, oh, that shadow, it is a figure. You can see it. You can see its ass cheeks.
Go!
Is it
I
dead?
watched it fucking last night before I went to bed, the fucking HD collection version of that scene,
Mhm.
and you can see its fucking fat ass.
Did you watch the HD collection version of the P?
It's
How can you sit there and eat pizza?
like, god
Like an
damn it,
anime character. Troy, you're a good actor. What are you doing?
I think that's the issue. If you're too good of an actor, you're not capable of acting like a bad actor at a certain point.
Well, I think it's also direction. They were just not under the same direction.
Yeah, they weren't told to act the same way.
What the?
Fucked up.
I better take it anyway.
You know, Silent Hill 2 is a special game to me, and I woke up today, like, excited.
Yeah.
Like, despite beating Silent Hill 2 the night before, I'm like, goddamn, can't wait to beat Silent Hill 2. I thought watch speed said Mach speed, and I'm like, why are you saying warning Mach speed at the gate? What does it do?
I guess to give it some credit, the HD.
Does that say
collection
solid
version-
coup? Solid
It does
coup! Metal products!
It does say
Not a
solid
Metal...
coup.
Not a Metal Gear reference, but it feels like one.
Yeah. But no, I will say about the HD collection version of the Pizza Sin, it's
Oh, I should go to Barney Elite's.
I'll give him the credit of, you know what? He
He
not a
is certainly being
bad-
given direction.
It's not really like a bad line read, it's just like the point of that line isn't to... I feel like he took it a little bit too seriously, and something about the line is lost with, how can you just sit there and eat pizza? He sounds fucking
It's also...
angry.
He sounds more angry, whereas Geisy, he sounds frustrated with Eddie.
Yeah.
It's like, I
think
have met you
also-
twice now, and you have done nothing but vomit and eat pizza around me. And refuse to help.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like, I don't know, the thing about HD Collection James is he's far more of a leading man.
Yeah,
He's got a deeper, bassier voice. He's portrayed as being, I guess, a little bit more confident, but that's not really.
that's just
They
down
can't
to the
really-
vocal performance. Because they didn't
That's
actually
down to
change
vocal-
the story beats of the game at all. It's the
Yeah,
exact
of
same
course.
story, just acted differently. Now, if you are playing the HD collection, do not fear. Only for Silent Hill 2 can you play with the original voices. But if
Unfortunately, if
you're
wanna play
playing Silent Hill 3, you can listen really closely. Still hear that they just dubbed over the scene.
Yeah, the original read just sounds like a genuine question. You're right, CJ. Exactly why I like it so much is James is not this badass who's like. Also, he's only met the man twice. There's no point for him to be angry at Eddie. The fact that he's
He's just
frustrated is more
frustrated.
just. He's like, dude, I've met you. This is the second time I've met you, and I've been like, hey, where's that little girl? I don't know. She went that way. And it's like, this town's full of monsters. How can you just sit there? and eat pizza?
Literally! What the fuck is going on inside your head? And the
Whereas
fact that
fucking-
he's like, she said she was fine by herself!
It's like because they have no idea that fucking Laura does not see the monsters. But Eddie's like, oh yeah, this town's full of monsters. He's like, oh yeah, this little girl's fine. It's more like exasperation from Guy Sees James versus Troy Baker's is like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, James, calm down.
Bill. Got a health drink?
You know what I have never heard though?
Huh.
And I'm gonna actually pull it up right now and just take a quick listen to it because it'll be 1 second. And I can fucking just glance at it. I'm gonna look. I have never heard the HD collection version of the What's the Deal with Silent Hill anyway.
You're looking for Silent Hill 3 HD collection car scene.
Yeah, exactly. The car scene. I need to see.
Wait. You get this little fucker. I like the noises it makes.
I love it.
Like, when you hit someone, it makes this, like, whining noise that's terrifying. I've also never actually played with the chainsaw very much, so if I'm playing with it for most of the LP, why?
Yeah.
I'm doing this
understand.
for fun. We did our serious LP. Now I want to be
Now-
goofy.
This is the silly goofy.
It is true. Eddie never did ask James if he wanted any.
That's why he was really mad. You're right.
It's
I'd
true.
be fucking pissed too.
Some guy had 2 pizzas.
He has fucking 2.
They might not even be his. Well, I mean, you know. But
I mean, you know, if a pizza's just sitting there, I'ma eat it.
if the pizza's just sitting there in hell, it's like free pizza, right? Because, like, hell has no property.
I like to think that they're still warm too, because it's like, you know, like.
Oh,
it's
if
like,
you're
I'm
in
hardly-
hell.
Yeah, like, that's a good. It's like,
Okay, but hear me out.
yeah.
If we go with how the pizza is Eddie's Maria, a sentence I had to think about how to state. Because those are words that don't usually go together very much. Wait, other way. Because if the pizza is Eddie's Maria,
Yeah.
then that means it would be under the skin something that is like exactly what he wants on a superficial level. Meaning it doesn't have to be warm, because what if he likes room temperature?
Yeah, true. It could just be like, damn, I really wish I had a pizza right now. And Town was like, here, have a pizza. He's like, oh my god.
So this town's fucking awesome.
I do really like the idea that of all things, how the town torments Eddie is by messing with his stress eating, whereas with James it's like, here's a copy of your dead wife.
I'm not gonna say Eddie has no real problems, but I will say that James is being attacked harder.
Oh, yeah, it's not that I'm saying Eddie has no real problems. It's just the difference
No,
in
I'm
the
saying I'm
level
not
of...
saying. I wasn't implying
Yeah.
you were.
It's a difference of the attack. It's like, oh, here's your dead wife. Here's a good pizza.
You get a dead wife! Searching for another conclusion. The road to tomorrow.
Is this new?
First step to a healthy life. That may sound obvious, but it's also very important. Don't get sick!
Do not. On purpose.
Don't get sick, don't get robbed. Instead of working to heal yourself after you're sick, it's better to avoid getting sick in the first place. Also, you have to maintain a positive, optimistic outlook on it. No use worrying over things that happened in the past. You gotta get outside and play in the fresh air once in a while, instead of just sitting inside and reading difficult books. So I don't know if that's new. I've never seen that.
Huh.
I have never interacted with that. Comment on the can. No. Thoroughly unplayable. Eddie being less emotionally mature really comes in handy. He gamed the town. Look, I'm just saying, if we want to solve world hunger, we throw a bunch of people in Silent Hill. And should they have no other life trauma, they should just get pizza. This is a scientific guess. This is a hypothesis. I'm sorry.
I'm not able to actually fucking find it right now, but later I'm going to fucking go properly hunting, and I'm going to find a clip of that fucking car scene, because I've never heard what fucking Douglas sounds like in the HD collection, and I want it, and I can't help but I need to hear.
That's a box of ammo.
Huh.
Or it's batteries? I can't tell.
It looks
I
more
need
like
to-
batteries,
What I need
not
to
shotgun
do
shells.
is I need to go into the VR chat version of this world
And
and
look
literally
real close.
press my face against it. This is how I do a lot of research, by the way. The fact that VR chat now allows you to scale your size to whatever you want means that I get a lot of options when it comes to sniffing at a game's textures. Like, you know how I got a really close look at Angela's family photo?
No.
I made my avatar really small to where that picture
Oh yeah.
was the relative size of a child's playmat.
The
Ow!
World hunger solved, but only for happy people. Okay, so here's the theory. That also means we sort ourselves out. We end world hunger, we also end the depression epidemic, I guess?
it's also something I really find interesting.
Kinda north.
Something I really find interesting is how, of course, James. Hello, Big Pyramid Head.
Hello, big pure head.
It's real when you have the flashlight off. It's really apparent how red.
He's a fed.
It's a Well, press out there for a second. Damn. I got
James,
focused
don't
on the
think
big-
about this too hard, but look.
Yeah, man.
Hey kids, you want to see a dead body?
Who could have?
I love how this game is... I like how this game is imprinted... Okay, you say that, I've never thought about this. Because when Eddie says he was like that when I got here, I always imagined it was the guy in the fridge.
Yeah.
But what if it is the guy in this room as well?
It could be.
Because that one looks more like he got shot.
Yeah, no, that guy in the chair always read to me like it's like, oh, he was watching TV and somebody walked up behind him and bam, the blood splatter on the TV, all of that.
Right, I need, we are just kind of blazing through this. Oh wait, room 202.
And of course, it also references how, like, obviously, you know, there's hello, big pizza mid-head.
Is a mid-head. That is literally a skin next in the remake. If you pre-order, if you pre-order the game, you get some goofy headgear.
Like Mira for James.
Mira for James, Robbie the Rabbit if you get the PS5 version. With the pre-order, but I didn't have DualSense working at the time, so I decided against it. This is the James that don't fuck around. This is the James that is looking for his wife.
This is the James who's like, he found this chainsaw. He's like,
I got a
"Fuck all
chainsaw
this.
in a dream.
I need my wife. There's monsters in this town." This is the James who's like, "I play a lot of Doom."
Counter!
Chad, I cannot explain to you how much I love, how much I am not even exaggerating. This is not a funny pitches bit about how much I genuinely, my favorite line in this series, a series I've not had a ton of experience with, but my favorite line in this series, and I don't think anything's gonna change it, is this really dramatic scene where, you know, all these characters, where, you know, where Douglas and Heather in Silent Hill 3 are talking in the car.
And it's a beautiful scene with, like, some of the best music in the series.
Some of the best music in the series, and I won't explain too much for those who don't know, but if you know, you know. Some shit has just happened. It's been an emotional fucking few days. And Douglas just looks at her while they're driving and goes, "What's the deal with Silent Hill anyway?" I am not doing a bit. It's not even like, oh, it's a funny line. It is a funny line, but it's also a line where I'm like, I don't know why I cannot fully elaborate to you how much I genuinely fucking love that line, because yeah, that's like one of the only times in the series I think a character expresses that in such a clear-cut, genuine way, where it's not like, oh, what's happening in this town? It's like, what's the deal with Silent Hill anyway? Like, what the fuck is up with this Berg?
What the hell's going on? Wait, am I actually at low health? Oh, fuck. It's run by you. I have no time for you manifestations.
So it's after the apartment that we get the funny key, right?
I believe it is in Jack's inn. In our pins, I have given item load.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was checking right now.
To my knowledge, the ending I want has its key item in Jack's inn. Play as normal until...
Yeah, you don't have to change how you play any other way except getting that item, and then you have to go to a specific door.
Love this song. Crime rate dropping to 0% to detectives if they just asked what the deal was. I mean, you joke. I genuinely think if people were like, hey man, what's wrong? More often that we would have more progress.
Yeah, instead of being like, playing good cop might help.
Playing good cop might help. Good cop, relative.
Yeah.
Still a cop.
It's west of Jackson, across the street from Rosewater Park. It's a doghouse.
So we're looking for a doghouse. Oh! I think I know what I'm looking for.
The doghouse appears after when you're on New Fear.
That is a sentence that makes sense to know.
Not even a little bit.
That, use the clock key, gotta clean its cock.
Gotta clean his cock.
Wait,
Pop in the
am I
cock.
stupid?
Your penis and poop mounts.
It's your penis and poop ends. Just jump in the cack.
The cock. Man, Bruno
It's
Mars
about
really is a
this.
genius of our time.
Holy shit. The things you do if you just remember.
I love
Remember.
chat. I love remembering chat. I cannot tell you how much I adore what I like to call modern loading screen, which is
Yeah.
we need to deload a previous area, but we do not want to have a loading screen. And this is not saying it's a bad thing, mind you. I just think it's very funny because I've seen this technique used a lot for obvious reasons, development-wise.
Useful.
Where we're gonna have a character have to squeeze through a tight space. So they're gonna put their hands up and they're gonna have to slide. And it makes the camera really small and maybe they'll like let you see a scene or whatever on the other side. But it's a clever trick so that behind you they can deload all that shit.
Yeah, no. My only problem with it is I wish other people had different ideas.
Yeah, like, I get it. I understand entirely that you need to have ways to hide loading screens. But the fact that we actually see that bit where James has a slide in between that in the remake,
Oh,
what
yeah.
we've seen some already footage, I'm like, I understand why they have him do that. It makes perfect sense in the original game. But I'm like, you know what? It was already in there, so why not?
This scene starting actually spooked me because I forgot it's this room. I'm just kind of... we're just playing the hits.
What if he fucking, like, what if he fought with the mannequin and swung it around?
Like fucking
What if he
Soul
was-
Eater.
You remember that scene of Jason X where he picks up the girls in the fucking... In the
sleeping bag?
sleeping bag?
Yeah!
That's a reference to a previous movie, of course, but I
It
think the thing
is.
about the Jason X version of it, because it's literally like, they go,
It's a training
"We love-
program
we love
of
having
smoking
drunk
weed and
people
having premarital
have
sex.
sex," and they flash him, and Jason's, yeah, at this point, like a big cyborg monster, and is like, oh.
Wait a minute, I have good news.
Yes.
Ice Pick Lodge, the developers to Pathologic, just released a picture with a date on it.
Huh?
It is 7x24. Which might be the 7th of October, 2024?
Okay.
Getting fucking Bachelor out this year?
Oh my god.
I thought it'd be 2 more at least. Oh god, that game doesn't stand a chance. I love that game, but like that game is making no money during Silent Hill season.
No. It's some kind of strange landscape.
Is it?
I
see it. I see it. It's an archway, and there's a person in it.
Yeah, I see that. It kind of
It also looks like a face.
It kind of reminds me of one of Goya's black paintings.
This looks like a face.
What's wrong with your face?
What's wrong with your face?
I love Goya's black painting because you get amazing things like
Saturn devouring his son.
Like Saturn devouring his son. And is this a man jerking off and 2 women laughing at him, or is this them all laughing because they're reading a book together? And we don't know.
No clue.
We don't know. Because the great thing about that is, I think, probably art in one of its purest forms. Because we do not know what Goya intended for that. Because that was not shit he painted for anybody. He painted it for himself. He never, if he wrote anything down about it, it did not survive. We do not have it. We don't know what he intended
things
for.
We know about Saturn devouring his son is we don't actually know what it is. We just know for sure that he's drawn this scene before.
He's drawn the scene before, and it resembles the scene as because Saturn devouring the sun was a very popular scene during the Renaissance and afterwards.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of paintings very similar to the famous one by Goya. Of like, it's a very similar pose.
Holy
It's
shit,
an
it's
old
Citizen
man.
07. Ella Purnell.
No, no,
It should have been me!
it should have been me.
I'm not gonna elaborate on who I'm saying that about.
But
I think it's way funnier.
way funnier. We do not know if it is actually supposed to be Saturn devouring sun, but it
The
looks
tier
enough
leftover
like it,
pizza.
and it's a popular one. So
Yeah. Just matches similar stuff, you know?
yeah, so that's we evidence-wise, it's like I said, I was talking about anthropology last night when I said it, but it's the same basic thing. We can make assumptions, and I think we should be able to make more assumptions about things, but we should not say them as fact until we can actually prove it.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
There's...
to me, and I know this is a controversial statement when it comes to anthropology, I'm fully of the belief that there may have been very well, like, almost Bronze Age civilizations in the very far past that we just
Maybe.
don't know about because... Well, how would we? It's impossible to really know because the truth is,
You're not
time
even
will
saying
erase
there
them.
were. You're saying there might have been.
I feel like it's more likely than people give it credit for because there's this very distinctive idea in anthropology, which I'm not even saying is technically wrong. It's always felt to me like it's a little assumptive. Is until recently, we were just hunter gatherers and we never did anything different. There may have been a few tiny exceptions, but it was never major. And then one day, relatively recently, we went, okay, and we just made civilization. And that's entirely possible. It is possible that shit happened during that period that did stop that from happening, of course. But I also am fully open to the idea, and I think in general we need to be more open to the idea of that, like, there may have been, and when I say advanced, I don't mean advanced as in like flying cars and fucking UFOs, but advanced in the way of like maybe they had metallurgy, maybe they built structures, they definitely had
They
language,
can just run past you.
and you know, it's the same thing with like art history in that way, where we cannot make a lot of concrete assertions about like Goya's paintings, but
Yeah.
we can make a lot of assumptions that are well informed, and we need to be open to the idea. And also,
And we could be
now
wrong.
have-
He could come back tomorrow. He's been
Boy,
living with
both.
he's been living with Tupac and Maria
Up on the
Shepherd or Mary Shepherd.
Mary Shepherd on the reservation, yeah.
Yeah.
He's out there also with Leonardo. You
Which
might ask
one?
the Da Vinci or the turtle. I won't elaborate.
Okay. That's the answer I wanted.
Was Da Vinci or the turtle? I don't know.
Frankly,
I do love-
we don't know. We don't want to know. It's a market we can do without. I don't remember this track playing in this room. Horrifying.
That.
There's definitely faces in this one.
Oh, absolutely there are.
Alright, we read that last night, and it's for a puzzle we already solved. I need to access laundry room. Fuck it,
Then
I'm just
also-
shooting these fuckers.
The thing that's also very interesting about a lot of the of Goya's black paintings are they seem very dark and depressing, and it's specifically because if you've seen any of Goya's paintings from before this, they're a lot more traditional. They're a lot closer to what you'd expect from the period. And then he makes the most horrifying shit you've ever seen that he painted on a wall while he was sick.
For him.
Just for him. And that's why it's so interesting. This was never meant to be seen by the public. Never meant to be like, you know, like, someday somebody will find this. It was just, at least as far as we know, maybe that was his intention. But all we know is that he painted them just to paint. And that's why it's very much like, This was not a commission, nothing like that. Just what were you thinking about, sir, when you drew this?
Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit.
Oh,
See you later, fuckers!
fuckers! See ya later, fuckers!
Holy shit, I actually did that!
This is the James that's not fucking around. He said I gotta lock in. He's mewing.
He's doing the gamer lean in Silent Hill. Alright, where am I?
This is not a Photoshop request, but it's something I'm shocked I've never seen. A Photoshop of James wearing one of those, the fucking, you look like just enough XP to level up. I'ma be real. In
Is
like
quick, bitch,
24
me too. I am quick.
I would genuinely, I think we all would have at one point in time thought that fucking image of that fucking shirt with the XP thing was badass.
Oh, I know that there is a part of my heart that's into it.
But we've all realized now that that's not the case. But in like 2014, the Crank, it's back.
It sold a
Another
million
million
copies. Another million copies.
Copies sold.
I think fans of PS2 survival horror games should get paid by just existing and, like, not dying.
If you've replayed Silent Hill 2 like 50 times, you
Bye.
deserve at least $5,000.
I think it's showing how many times I've played this game every time I play it on stream with someone.
Every time you beat Silent Hill 2 in one sitting, you should get $1,000.
I agree! Oh, I could do that every day.
Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
$1,000? Easy?
Yeah,
That is... any ending?
any ending. Don't matter.
Okay, I can optimize this shit.
Red.
All you gotta do is you gotta beat the game.
Red pyramid thing.
I have to see credits.
Oh,
You just gotta see credits.
I did see some.
It's not just you put in a certain amount of hours, it's I have beaten the game, fucking from James getting out of the bathroom to the fucking boss fight.
That's me learning the speed.
I guess this
That's
place
learning
isn't
the
too
speed
safe for
run.
you.
So I'm assuming every day, not
Anyway.
every time.
No, yeah, no. If
I'm not even
once
from
per
this
day,
town.
you beat the game, you get $1,000. You could skip a few days, there's no limit. Just every time you
I
do
was
it,
gonna say,
you
like,
get
of course I skip a
$1,000.
few days, because how often do I need $1,000?
But it's like, oh, I need to pay the rent.
Fuck.
You
Fuck.
Silent Hill 2.
I haven't played Silent Hill 2 in a minute.
You could say that.
I don't have a day job, I just play Silent Hill 2 all day and smoke weed.
There it is.
Wanna see the
That's
sick
what-
speedrun?
That's literally what it must be like to be a speedrunner for like Castlevania. Like I've seen people who speedrun
I'll
Super
leave as
Symphony of
soon
the
as
Night
I'm
for a
done
living.
here.
Yeah.
There's a YouTuber I follow
Eddie?
who he plays other games,
Be
but his main game he plays is he has replayed
James,
Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, and fucking Throne of
be
Ball.
careful, too.
Those three, like the first two Baldur's Gate games and its expansion, which is basically the third game. Played those three. That's his like main thing. And all he simply he does no save, no reload. If his character dies, that's it. If a character gets permanently killed, because in the original game, in the original first two Baldur's Gate games, if your a character can get like turned to stone or fucking gibbed or whatever, and then you can't bring him back. That's
Can't
the
bring him
rules.
back.
Can't bring him back.
Rules
You cannot
as
revive.
written.
Rules as written. You cannot go to a cleric or to a temple or whatever and get him revived. And if you can't reload. And he's done that for like years. And the entire thing is, can I beat the game on the hardest difficulty with mods that make the game even harder with all the modules installed?
I could never, but I respect that so much.
Oh, it's incredibly entertaining. And
This
I
remake
respect-
looks
I-
pretty faithful. How you doing, Tim? You were mentioned last night.
You were mentioned.
There was just a random character named Tim, and I'm like, oh, they made it here.
I said you reached the Silent Hill cutoff. Welcome to the town. You can't leave.
You passed the Silent Hill draft. It's true. Yeah, no, we
I kinda
beat all
want
of Silent
Freddy.
Hill 2 in one go yesterday, so we're doing it again.
Silent Hill 2 remake should add a Sasquatch ending.
But what about Michigan Dogman?
Okay, Michigan Dogman ending might fit way better. I would love for there to be a fucking ending where, like, James is walking through the woods and a fucking werewolf steps out, kills him, and he leaves.
One in the chamber with shotguns was added to X-Defy it? Oh, thank fuck. I
Yeah,
actually,
cool.
for real, said that that could change how that game is seen. Because one in the chamber, that's been done already, but it's never been done with a shotgun. So it'll bridge the gap, bring in new casual players that have a funny game to play. By the fire escape. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da. That's good. That's good news. Yeah, no, I should get paid every time I beat this game. I should have $2,000 by. Just pay me to play a survival horror game.
You'd have $2,000 right now.
I mean, lifetime?
Yeah, for the rest of your life.
I'd have
for
enough
the
for
day-
cars.
Yeah, if you...
For a cars. 18, 15, 20.
For a cars. For that motherfucker from JoJo Part 2.
Uh... 15. 15. 20. 15? I like with this new tracking, you can see when I scrunch my eyebrows. 18, 15. Oh, 18 right, 15 left? Is that what I'm saying?
It's called... Yeah, it's called quad shot because primary is double barreled and the secondary is a sawed off.
So good. $20. In? Shit. That is the most difficult thing I've had on that puzzle ever. I'm sorry about that, Pigeons.
No, you're fine.
That does sound fun as fuck. I need Stream X Defiant before it dies.
Yeah.
I love that game. It is going to die. I have a feeling.
Hooked on a feeling. I'm high on believing that you're... Oh!
Wait, that was weirdly good. Wait a minute.
Thank you.
On both angles. But it's like, wait. Why can my nose and mouth become trumpet?
That's
Wait,
basically what your nose and mouth are. They're just a weird trumpet.
is a
They don't
trumpet just a
skin.
big microphone?
Yeah, it is, literally. You're just blowing air into something to make a sound.
Siege lived. I think this has a chance to float on life support. Yeah, but Siege was like a mega hit. Oh, that's do the coin puzzle.
Yeah. The,
I did not use this pistol enough.
The thing about Siege as well is, as someone who's recently picked up Siege,
Yeah?
Siege is a game where I feel like, in many ways, it very much came out at the perfect time.
Yeah? No, absolutely. It was a right place, right time kind of game.
Like, there is, it sucks, but there is such a thing as that. And I kind of wish that wasn't the case, because there's a lot of amazing games that I love, where it's like, if you would come out just a little bit earlier or a little bit later, you would have been like a major hit that sold 1 billion copies.
I genuinely think, and I'm sorry to bring it up, because it does suck to bring it up, I think Concord would have standed more of a chance if it released during Overwatch 2's announcement, because no one was excited.
Yeah, no one was like, that is, I think the big thing about why Siege would ended up being so successful is that it came out during a weird era where there was kind of Call of Duty burnout, I'd say.
A little bit. People were demanding more.
Well, yeah, when I say burnout, I mean people are like, hey, like Modern Warfare, Black Ops are really good, but you're releasing like Advanced Warfare and all these things, like we want more. You're giving us shit, but we want games that are more than just this.
Is that the White Chrism? It is.
And to be fair, while I don't dislike like Black Ops 3,
remember the White Chrism, by the way, because Maria's been in this room already.
yeah.
It sucks to love a game and to watch it die. At least yours came out.
Yeah.
No offense, Tim, yours came out, and you got refunds.
He came out in 2015, right?
15 or 16, I can never remember. I'm still hurt about Division Heartland, by the way. Still mad. It got canceled.
I didn't even
But the build that I played was really good. And I don't know how much I can talk about it. It was a solid extraction shooter.
That sucks.
Just big Dark Zone.
It was 2015, and when
Hyenas didn't. That's fair. At least you had a game that you were interested in that came out.
Yeah, Black Ops 3 and Siege came out the same year. Black Ops 3 was a game that ended up being very popular because of zombies, but the multiplayer was very much looked down upon. And I'm gonna be real, the multiplayer was fine. It was not good. It was
Advanced Warfare?
groundbreaking. No, Black Ops 3. Advanced Warfare was 2015.
Black Ops 3 was player. I kind of liked how they did their hero system, though.
Yeah.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
It's also interesting how Angela got ahead of James. And how Eddie gets ahead of James. Like, these characters are ahead of you.
I think it's because they've been here a bit longer.
There's always another way.
Really?
And also now that, like, we have spoilers, the spoilers embargo,
But
listen to how when Angela's talking about suicide, the camera is not focused on her, it's focused on James in the mirror.
Besides,
Again, it's... And James isn't looking at her.
I'm not like you.
He's looking at himself.
are you afraid?
Now he's not looking at anything.
I'm sorry.
Now looks down. Run.
It's okay.
Because now he's talking,
Did you find
not at her.
Not yet. She's not in.
But I noticed that last night, and I kind of knew, but I couldn't speak on it, but now I actually can. This is a very obvious scene if you know the ending of this is a scene where
she lived in this town.
when she says this,
What
it's
did you
looking at
say?
James, because even if James does not know it, that's why he's here.
He's
Even if
also
he's
telling
forgotten.
face lies,
Just figured.
but he's having to do it in a mirror.
How else would I?
But I do
Yeah.
think James genuinely does believe,
Am I
because I've met a
right?
lot of people like this. He does not believe
I'm
that
so
I think he's being
tired.
genuine, where he's like, I don't want you to hurt yourself.
Yeah.
So,
But it's the thing
why
of
did you come to this
because
town anyway?
I think many people can relate to this. It's the feeling of no one should kill themselves,
I'm sorry.
but you
Yeah.
have suicidal thoughts.
Of course.
Did you
It's not a
find the
consistent,
person
logical
you're
thing,
looking
and I
for?
think that
No, it
very
isn't.
much
Not
fits
yet.
his his
Her name's
relationship with
Mary.
Angela in that way.
She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad that his
It's
picture
okay.
has his, like, name.
Anyway.
What do you
she's
mean?
dead.
It's like, it's just a picture of her,
I
peaceful.
don't know why I
It's not like a picture from, like, a Christmas party.
She's
Yeah, it's not
dead?
like, oh, look at my happy
Don't
wife
worry.
before she fucking got sick and
I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Uh,
Nah, it's just like, look at
I
this
gotta
nice
find
picture
my
of my
mom.
wife.
Should I
Yeah.
go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
I do like how he asks about it.
Will you hold it for me?
So what about that?
No problem.
Yeah.
If
Check
I
something.
kept it, I'm not sure what I might do.
And I very much, now that
I'm
we've
sorry.
actually gotten elaboration on what
I'd be bad.
happened to Angela,
Don't.
it makes a lot of sense that when James reaches out to take the knife, it's a completely innocent gesture. But
Yeah.
she's used to bigger, stronger men than her abusing her, and that's why her immediate reaction, due to her trauma, is to react like that.
Now, I will say, while it is important that for sure. Also, that's part of why I had that surprise during the tape. Was yes, it's more upsetting, but it makes what happened more obvious. I genuinely prefer it that way.
Yeah, I think
Because
it's more.
like, no, it's very important that he suffocated her with a pillow.
Yeah. I think the reason why, because that's not only a very intimate form of murder, but it's also something where.
It hides the face, which makes it easier. This is not a joke. Even hunters sometimes
yeah.
report this. Is like, I'm gonna say in the concept of being a hunter. Not because I view people as animals, but because, like,
Of course
it is a
not.
way I can talk about taking a life without it being as gross for some people.
Yeah.
There are some people who do hunting, but still kind of feel bad that it's like, well, I am still killing an animal. So do it as quickly and as efficiently as I can. This is to get meat. Like, there are
Yeah.
considerations.
The truth is, when you're taking a life, you are taking away something's life, even if it's not a. That is a sign to me of a good heart, because
It's easier to do it when it's not looking at you.
yeah, because it's very much a thing that I know people like this. Hell, I kind of have it. If I had to like shoot a deer, I've never actually like killed a deer. I've been hunting, never actually really done it. But like, I would not want to look at its eyes because, I mean, I find animals very cute. Most people do. In some way. Like, I find deer they're cool, but they're very cute. And the thing about it is, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Even if you don't really believe
Yeah.
in that type of thing.
Do not lock souls with me, please.
Even if, like, you don't believe in that thing in, like, a spiritual sense or whatever, like, think about it in a poetic sense of your eyes hold something. When somebody dies, their eyes stop. There's very distinct. That's something a lot of people know when they're like, "Oh, I know they were dead when I looked at their eyes." Because when you're awake and you
Goes
have your eyes
glassy.
open and you're alive, yeah, your eyes have like there's something in there. There's a soul in there. There is emotion. There is a cognition in there. And when you die, that goes away.
Yeah, no, it's... So hiding Mary's face, I do think that was a deliberate method. I do think that's a consideration had.
Oh, absolutely. Because the thing is,
So
I
I
think
have the
James. I
white
think
chrism.
there's this. I think there's this thing that people don't understand. I think there's this assumption that James killed his wife out of hatred.
Not really, actually.
But
Now, to some degree, there is a view on, like, may not have hated Mary, but he may hate what happened.
he says as much, where he's like, maybe a part of me hated you for it.
Yeah.
So, like, that's not shocking, but...
He's not ruling it out, but he can't even say that there's hate behind it. I do view it as fucked up as it was to have done it, because it was done unconsensually. Do not kill people without their consent, god damn it. Unless they are, of course, firing back. Or
And to be
posing a
fair,
threat.
even if
Self-defense
even
is
if
different.
somebody
But, like...
and worth noting, of course, even if somebody's like, fucking kill me, like they're doing the fucking Mr. Shoot Me in the face, fucking consider the context. Don't just fucking do it.
Yeah, no, don't just do it. But, like, if your wife is, like, sick and is, like, idly venting, that is not permission.
That's what makes James so interesting, and I think there's this it's a view that happens a lot with morality, and it's a weird thing where now in media, and very much like the examination of media, there's this weird thing where people are like, we want moral grayness in our stories. It's high on that fucking tier list of we want moral grayness. We want characters who do things but they don't like it when there's actual moral grayness. And
Yeah.
let me tell you something. I miss when we could just have straightforward heroes and villains in stories, but if you're gonna have moral grayness, you need to present it in an interesting way. I think James is a very good example of this. James is not a bad guy. He's nice to people, he doesn't lash out too much. When he does lash out, it's understandable.
And
why
he feels
would,
bad about it most of the time.
and he
Especially
feels
about
bad.
it, especially when he does it to Laura.
Yeah, like when he lashes out at Laura, he's almost always like, hey, I'm sorry. Even
It's
if he
like,
doesn't
oh
actually say it.
shit.
Yeah, he realized, like, hey, this little girl's, it might be in danger. I don't want to yell at her. But he's like, I need to find my wife. There's a lot of shit on his mind. And he's fucking kind to Angela, and he never... Well, obviously, James does not really know what to do in these situations. He's very careful about trying to, like, reach out and touch her or anything like that. You know, he's very respectful. He's not a bad guy, and that's what makes James interesting, because he did a very awful, evil thing, but the game up to that point shows you that James is not a bad dude. He's not a fucking bastion of fucking morality, and he's not supposed to be, but he very much is a guy where you're like, okay, this guy isn't evil.
It makes the
He's
rug
not
pull actually work and hurt, because it's like, god damn it, James, didn't. Okay, Mary trusted you? We trusted you.
And you did this thing, and the truth is, it is a definition point-blank crime of passion in that...
Yes. And he's also an unreliable narrator. I dislike James the man. I love James the character. I never stop thinking about this motherfucker.
I can't really say I dislike James as a man, because I feel like if I knew him, like if I knew
Well,
James in real life,
If
I'd
I knew
probably
him
like the
after
dude.
this, and somehow found out.
But I also think that, yeah, it would be a fucking gut punch to be like, oh, this dude I like, who's like a pretty nice guy, and has been kind to
I
me.
know him at
and
work.
has, you know, yeah, I know him at work. He's a fun guy, you know, he's not laughing or anything, but, you know, like, we, like, talk about, like, the game. You know, shit like that. We talk,
Surly,
we have
says Mary.
conversations. Very surly dude, but he doesn't laugh a lot, but he's not a bad guy. He's just a fucking chill guy to be around. And then you find out he murdered his wife. But I think the truth is, I think the truth is James is not mentally, obviously James is not mentally well. I think the truth is James realizes. I think it was a case of a premeditated crime that was not premeditated it was he planned it out, but I don't think he thought it out.
Yeah, even the tape looks very spur of the moment. Did I not do that right?
Yeah, the snake needs to go one over.
One over?
Right.
Right, because there's wind behind her. Okay.
Yeah. Empty, man, prisoner, empty, snake.
Click.
I didn't even have to look at the guide. I remembered that from last night.
It's a puzzle I always don't remember.
Yeah, I don't think James, and to be fair, I don't think James intended to just kill her and go on with his life. I think James very much intended on...
No, James this was a murder-suicide.
I think James thought this would be a way, because I feel like what it was is James was like, I can't go on without Mary. So, instead of just waiting for her to die, I'll make it quick, I'll make it as painless as possible, and then I'll kill myself. It will be together, and in the end... What?
Sorry. It said kill myself, and I'm thinking of the Steve Harvey. Thought I'd kill him myself!
thought about. Yes. I love the gift that I've been sending lately of the fucking yes, love.
Love Steve Harvey. He's funny as fuck.
Steve Harvey goes to Silent Hill and he's like, "You did what to your wife?"
Smother with a pillow,
oh,
Steve.
Oh,
Smothered her with a. Come here.
come here. You need to go to church. You need to go to church. You need to get Jesus. Oh, what's wrong?
I love him. I love him.
Give me pillow. Ding. What?
What? And it's like 50.
And he fucking gets down on one knee and puts his fucking fist to his forehead like, oh, help
He's
me,
the thinker.
Oh god.
Steve Harvey has such good reactions. Oh my god.
I fucking would love fucking video game Family Feud. It's like a fucking animated like web show where it's just like
This is a Starbomb bit, but actually funny.
yeah. You know what this really is? This is a star. Damn. Sorry, I typically always forget that like damn the like figures have the fucking that thong on.
Who's
That
getting
got
the
that
best
shit on.
head? Hi, Mecha.
Hi, Mecha.
It is time to run my ass off.
I can't wait until you're able to have the chainsaw off with Pyramid Head.
Oh my god, I should.
Where it's like, oh, you want to fight me with your spear?
I hope you know I pack a chainsaw.
No.
You'll skin your ass raw. And if my day keeps going this way, I might just break something tonight.
Hey.
I love that song so much.
I love that fucking song.
It's just one of
Nu
those
metal was the
days.
best. Nu metal may have been the moment in time. I think humanity. It's like that fucking tweet that went around where it's like fucking Baki, like the show Baki will be like, humanity peaked when it created bread, and like.
Yeah.
I think the real truth is fucking humanity.
Song
peaked
from
when we
Elf
made
Bowling
nu
Tribute,
metal.
yeah.
Yes, the song from Elf Bowling Tribute. Yeah, that's Break Stuff by Limp Bizkit. The song.
I was gonna say, can I just walk during this? Can you beat Silent Hill too? Only walking?
James played the game, but James like, you know, I'm looking for Mary.
Making
but,
my
like,
way
whatever.
downtown, walking past faces, passing, I'm homebound.
No,
Scrapes, the scrapes, the scrape.
The shapes. I'm fucking.
I was
thinking
saying
about the
scrape.
goddamn- now I'm fucking thinking about.
Just
the-
occurred to me how that sounded.
Oh no.
Not what I was going for. Considering Silent Hill 2's context of its early memes,
Yeah.
let's just say we were a little cavalier with that one back in the day.
Considering the two fandoms I've seen where that fucking where that meme exists, is one with Pyramid Head in that clock and one with that horse from Berserk.
I was gonna say, is the other Berserk?
It's worse with Berserk though.
Berserk's more threatening about it.
Considering that there's a meme
Damn it.
now of you have
Whoa.
to be brave cosplay as Casca, yeah.
Oh, ugh.
I hate that meme.
Ugh. Eh, I don't like that. I don't like that.
I don't
Ugh.
like it even remotely.
Ash
It's
in
that
the
meme
mouth.
Where it's like, it's unfortunately true, where it's like, Jesus Christ, you people need to be normal.
Oh, you mean like people are going to be terrible?
Yeah, that's what I mean. When
It
I
is
say
a
that
is a cautionary. It is not making fun of the circumstance. It is Jesus Christ. No, you gotta be careful.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I was not. Yeah, no. That was me being like, because that is kind of like a fandom in joke where whenever some
Yeah.
lady does it, but it's one of those
Woo!
jokes where
We did it without getting hit this time.
Yeah, it's a fandom in joke in the way of like, this is a fucked up thing about this community, so we're kind of poking fun at ourselves, where it's like, Jesus Christ, you people need to be normal.
Oh Jesus! I didn't know he could re-aggro! Oh! Oh, don't do that again, you cocksucker! Repent, motherfucker! Oh my god. Oh. Actually gave myself a fright seeing the knife go up. Holy shit. Bitches, you don't understand how scary that was to be behind the controller, zoned out for a second, by the way.
Yeah, just like, oh, you know, having a cat go, oh!
I've never had that happen before. I have never once had that happen before. New things happening every time I play the game. Each playthrough is personalized. And you want to know why I was baiting out that attack specifically, but also making sure I was out of the way?
Yeah.
That is a one-hit kill.
Yeah.
I would have had to do the entire thing
You,
again.
wasn't it?
That
There's-
would have been
You're the one
That's
who
on-
stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
James is really handsome here.
Blind or something?
He is.
What's that letter?
He's like plain, but like I could totally like I could look at him and go, "Oh, he's handsome."
You didn't love Mary anyway.
I don't have to be into men to know what a good-looking man looks like to me. I'm just not interested.
It's something I have seen
You do that's fun.
pure gold star lesbians who have never even touched a man
Done by a
before
child. Yeah.
be like thirst over men more than some straight women.
One of those big ones was what's his name? Played Joel in The Last of Us TV.
Not Oscar Isaac.
Not Oscar Isaac. No, Oscar Isaac
No.
too, though.
Oscar Isaac too.
So we're looking for a doghouse after this.
Mr. Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Pedro Pascal.
Pedro Pascal, and I think it's just because he has really solid, like, dad energy.
He's also just Pedro Pascal is a man where Jesus Christ, you can just look like that.
He can just look like that.
There are men in this world, and women, but like there are men in this world who do in fact match. Whenever I see somebody be like, "Oh, it's unfair in the world," there are just some people who are more beautiful than others, I'm like, that's dumb.
That's not.
But I
But
do
then there's
understand.
like the occasional person that's like, "Oh my god, okay, wait, never mind. I see what you mean."
Where I'm very much like, you know what? Do not let.
Mary?
Not let?
I'm sorry, I was fucking. I was taking a second because I want to fucking.
I
I wanted to hear
look
the
like your
Mary.
Yeah.
My late wife.
But yeah, no. Do not let
I
the.
can't believe
Smile gets wider
Like-
when
you could be her
my late wife.
Your
He
face,
does.
Your voice, just
Which is
your hair and
interesting.
Clothes are different.
My name is Marie.
She's like, "Oh, I gotta turn it off."
I don't look like a ghost, do I?
The real question is she consciously changing her
See?
mood?
Feel how warm I am?
I think that's the
You're
sad
really
thing
not
about
Mary.
Maria.
I told
It's
you.
impossible to know how
I'm
much is
Maria.
this.
Does she
Imagine
have
being
free
a
will?
I was confused.
Imagine
Where
being
you going?
born for a purpose,
I'm looking for Mary.
and the universe
you
literally
seen her?
makes you do it. I think
Didn't you
Silent Hill
say
2 is a
she
very
died?
anti-deterministic thing, and I think Maria is a big part of that. In that Maria has no
Oh, yeah.
choice.
3 years ago.
Yeah,
A
Maria
letter from her.
is outright showing how fucked up that is. Born from a Wish, like I used to not like it.
Here?
But I like it from the way of
Haven't
like,
seen her.
I think it shows that Maria's
Is this
consciously
your
able to
only
think
special place?
about what is happening. She is a creature who can think about it. The way I compare Maria in this
Now
is a
you
weird
know why
quote,
that
but
hurts.
Yeah. The way I
Well,
compare
the
Maria
hotel, too, I guess.
is
One on the
she's
left.
kind of like
I wonder if
in
it's
some
still there.
branches of Islam.
View Hotel.
There is
Huh?
this distinct
Yeah,
idea
still
that
there.
angels exist
So the hotel
and they can
was your
question
special
God
place,
and
huh?
what they're told to do, but
I'll
they
bet it
cannot
was.
actually not do it. Angels, in some
Don't
branches of
get
Islam,
so
angels do not have free will.
I was
In a lot of it,
Anyway,
distinct
it's
idea that there are
not
no
that
fallen
way.
angels. There are
It's
jinn
this way.
who are some in some branches of Islam are believed to be the origin of
You're
demons, the
coming
thought
with
of
me?
demons.
You were gonna just
But-
leave me?
No, but
With all these
And of course, there's
I
exceptions.
just-
There are some branches of Islam where it is believed that angels can fall. There's some of the demons, but that's different. In quite a few branches of Islam, the idea is if Allah is like, hey, I need you to do this. The angel can be like, why? But the angel cannot stop itself. It has to do it. It has no free will. It can
You hate it.
comprehend. It can think about it.
Don't be ridiculous.
It can consider if
So
what
it's
God is
okay?
asking it,
Yeah, fine.
but it cannot not do it. And I think Maria, in a way, kinda has a similar thing in the way
Maria
of...
might be some description, because angels do exist in the cult.
Yeah, and I feel like whether or not she actually is one or not, Maria fulfills that role in that way of Maria can think about it, she can question what she's doing and her role in this world, but can she actually... The question is, can she actually not do it? Or is this what her role is? She's acting out her part in the play because she has no other choice. She can think to herself, why am I doing this? But there's nothing about that will change.
Yeah.
And that's how I kind of think
Give me
of
my health
Maria.
drink.
I don't... Of course, there's no real way to say how true that is, but specifically saying Born from the Wish, I see... Because we see her question it, but then it ends with she goes, and she's been told that James is a bad man, but she goes anyway.
Okay, so there's a doghouse where?
West of Logan's Inn, across the street...
Ginzin? In Jackson.
Jackson, fuck, yes.
The west?
This is just west of Jackson. Investigate that doghouse to find the dog key. It'll appear in a small empty area across the street from Rosewater Park. This is just west of Jackson. Investigate the doghouse to find the dog key.
Aw.
Let me see if I can actually pull up exactly where it is on the in-game map. Silent Hill 2, dog house, location.
What I think might have happened, I'm gonna be a little.
What?
It might be that I grabbed... It might be that I grabbed the Light Chrism sometime in the hotel.
And it locks you in?
I don't know. I mean, we can also do Rebirth. I haven't done Rebirth very long.
Hmm. Across the street from Rosewater Park, just west of Jackson. Specifically where you're supposed to stand on the map is... I'm DMing it to you right now. This is apparently the exact spot where you're supposed to stand on the map.
Hang
That's
on.
a VPN file for some fucking reason. Why is it doing that? Don't do that. Oh, it's fucking...
Use the clipping tool.
Yes, that's what I was going to do. That's why I was saying, hold on for a second so I can clip it.
Yep.
And... yeah, apparently this is the exact spot you're supposed to stand. So you're close. It might be... I saw a screenshot. It looked like it is supposed to be in that little alcove. It's supposed to be a doghouse. Is there a... oh, fuck.
Hmm.
Huh.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
What
Oh,
is
no.
my earliest load? 8 minutes in.
Okay, reload it and let's see if you picked up the white chrism.
I did.
Shit.
I also haven't done Rebirth in a long time.
We switching over to Rebirth?
We want to switch over to Rebirth?
Hey, if you
Have you
wanna
ever
just
seen it?
I've seen it.
Look up how to do it.
You sure?
I've done it literally once.
I'm sorry, gang. Looks like we're switching plans a little bit.
A little bit. Where
I want to say, by the way,
stay
when
right.
I was looking for the fucking doghouse, I saw the image from Silent Hill 1. There's a
Yeah!
doghouse here, but there's no dog. Though I'm sure there's no dog around. It's the fucking
It's one of my favorite
Creeper.
pictures. Because I don't remember what all I need.
For a rebirth on a second playthrough, obtain the white crystal. The dog ending, you need to complete the leave, in water, and Maria ending.
Oh,
Or
I
the
have to do all 3?
Yeah.
Oh, that would explain some things.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know it was something like that. If I knew that ahead of time, and by that I mean like if I remembered that detail, I would have just gotten the save ready. There is one.
Okay,
Yeah, guess we're doing
fair.
Rebirth, actually.
We're doing rebirth. Okay.
Which
in
is a
case,
really neat ending.
Do you want to just go ahead and reload your most recent save and skip over the rest of the apartments?
This is my most recent save. But it's, the one just before the boss fight. So, like, harm no foul. We'll just skip cutscenes.
Okay, so on a second playthrough, obtain the White Chrism in Blue Creek, Lost Memories at Texon Gas, the
Okay.
Obsidian Goblet in the Historical Society, and Crimson Ceremony in the Reading Room of Lakeview.
Okay, so what am I looking for in Taxon?
Lost Memories. It's a book.
Do you have a figure about where that is?
It is at Texon Gas, so let me see if there's anything more specific.
I'm asking if it's like on top of a car or what.
It can only be unlocked after being completed the game once and is found on a newspaper stand at Texon Gas.
Okay, we're looking for a newspaper stand.
Yeah.
That's what I'll keep in mind. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!
So, yeah, you've already got the White Chrism. You just need to pick that up, and you'll be fine for a while until you get to the Historical Society.
And that's from, like, 2 zones from now.
Yeah, so you have an entire zone where you can just do things as normal. You get the Obsidian Goblet, and then you get the book Crimson Ceremony in the Reading Room at Lakeview. And, yeah. So, what's the plan now? We just gonna do the Rebirth ending, or do you want to fucking try to do the Rebirth ending and then do Dog?
Rebirth, oh, we are not doing that, because then we'd have to do 2 whole playthroughs of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless there is a save I can find that is right before the dog ending, but that would feel fake.
Yeah, so okay. Dog ending plan change, we do big rebirth.
Rebirth's a fun ending. And also a Pet Cemetery reference. Which tells me sometimes the ground turns sour.
Or,
But
you know what we could do?
It's not what you
we
get
could
out.
We could show the dog ending cutscene.
We could show all the endings that we didn't get. That's something
that's
I
up
like
to
to
you.
do.
But that way it could be the way of being like, hey, we said we were gonna get a little bit of a less downer ending.
I mean, it's not quite as downer.
Yeah, but you know, we wanna, well, we can be
I
like,
did
hey,
want
guys,
Goofy.
You know, yeah, we're being a little bit goofier and sillier, so we can actually be like, hey. And of course, you also have...
I mean, we're still gonna be discussing lore.
Yeah, I'm not gonna suddenly start getting serious about this. We're still, that plan has not changed. We're still being a little bit more light and goofy. Cause y'all have already seen this.
Yeah. I am just kind of frustrating Pyramid Head right now.
He seems mad.
He seems mad. He should just understand it is a skill issue. I am 3 speed, he's 3 armor. Rotate. Solid rotate, he can't do shit about it. Oh, oh, oh. He pre-fired, but ducked out of the way. Can't keep up with what he can't actually see. And he's disconnecting.
Rage quit. He's getting a 1 hour ban.
1 hour ban. Pyramid Head the gamer.
Pyramid Head. We talked about this, man. You can't be saying that.
Can't be saying that.
You cannot be saying that. Flesh baby?
Fun fact, did you notice that his build is actually very close to James's?
Extremely. This is before...
Gee, wonder.
'Cause
Wonder.
Because it's the thing where... If some of you are more familiar with Pyramid Head as he appeared in later games or in later media, you might think of the slutification of Pyramid Head.
Yeah, the bimbofication.
The bimbofication. To be fair, I do like Bimbo Pyramid Head.
I'm not against it. I know a couple people who've done really good slutty pyramid. To quote Matt, Pyramid Head's already not wearing very much.
Yeah, the Pyramid Head is already... How do I put this? There are forms of being slutty that are not...
That are not
normally sexy.
revealing.
Like, there are... How do I put this? It is possible to be sexy in a gross way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's why some of you are into me. I know this for a fact. Y'all are into me for girl smell, I know it.
Listen.
Y'all are here for girl smell and the smell of cigarettes, menthols.
Listen, I've... Doo-doo, feces all over the wall. It's one of my I turned pitches into my Manchurian candidate. Pitches, doo-doo, feces, and I pull out the gun and I shoot you and the bird flies out.
Archimedes.
Archimedes. Now I'm thinking about that fucking owl from A Sword in the Stone. You remember that motherfucker with Merlin? His fucking owl?
I was not expecting on today's Silent Hill stream. You hear about that motherfucker with Merlin?
This feels like a game where fucking Merlin could walk on screen, honestly. Us at Pyramid Head, put them away. Exactly.
Mary?
Listen, Pyramid Head is allowed to girl boss.
It's true.
Just a little bit.
I like the Jessica Negro.
Yeah.
Because she's wearing, like, 9-inch heels.
I love that band.
Huh? Huh?
That's a bit. That's a reach of a bit. Every time somebody says something about like, one of my favorite things was somebody like, "Oh, that bitch has a heart-shaped ass." I'm like, I love that song. I love doing bits like that where it's like 9-inch heels. Oh, that's a good band.
Oh, god damn it. I'm stupid. Dad, I'm
It's
stupid.
okay. You know, that's why they keep me around.
Hey! Eh!
James kicks like
How you doing, Ray?
like a man who's never moved his knees.
He outright stomps in the remake.
Yeah. Which makes a lot more sense because it needs to be more readable for the new camera angle.
Yeah. Got a tax on.
I wish whenever James
Jackson
stomps,
still
he
has
went,
stuff,
"Eh,
though.
eh."
Eh.
Yeah,
Ah!
tax on. There will be a newspaper stand that has a book called Lost Memories, and you're fine for that point until the Historical Society.
Okay. I like pushing.
I like pushing women. You
It's-
heard it here. You heard it here. You heard it here first, folks. Mama Bedlam on stream in 4K says, "I like pushing Maria. I like pushing women."
What are you gonna do about it?
Nothing, because I was
Thought
also
so.
just caught in 4K saying I too like pushing women.
You're just expecting a fatter paycheck. Joke's on you.
That's true. Unfortunately,
Did you know,
You know.
that technically you're making infinite money because you're making money?
exactly. That's exactly what I've been saying for a long time now. They asked me, "Wow,
I'm
Pitches,
not broke,
you've
the
been
money
working here."
engine's just broken.
They keep telling to me, "Pitches, you've been working here a long time. You must have a pretty decent. You must have like you be getting a pretty decent salary." And I'm like, "Yeah, I am. My
Ooh.
internship's almost done."
Book Lost Memories! Name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the Place of Silent Spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the previous ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole them. There were others who came before. Those days, this town went by another name. That name is now hopelessly lost. All we know is that there was another name, and for some reason the town was once abandoned by its residents. That's Lost Memories. Not to be confused with Silent Hill Book of Memories. Not to be confused with Silent Hill Book of Lost Memories. A fucking promotional book for Silent Hill 4. Anyways. How you feeling, Pitches?
I'm feeling good.
Okay. I like to be sure.
One, that's a badass way to be like, yeah, these poor Native Americans had their shit stolen from them.
It was stolen.
But I also find it's very interesting how something I've noticed more and more as I've consumed more Silent Hill is I've seen a lot of people I think try to make Silent Hill seem more Lovecraftian in a way. But I don't think that's accurate because it's one of its major inspirations with Jacob's Ladder, and Jacob's Ladder is very biblical. It's very traditional sort of Western occultism. And I think Silent Hill is interesting because it takes a lot of that Western occultism but gives it some of that Japanese flair of like what you see in a lot of Eastern occultism.
Yeah. It's why I think a lot of the Western games fall short from Silent Hill. To me, Silent Hill is like America designed by people ever actually.
Yeah, and I think that the issue with that is if you're too familiar with it.
So what'd you do? Robbery?
So what'd you do? Murder?
I love that.
Nothing like that.
Huh. You're just a gutless fatso.
Hey!
That
Say that
for?
I thought you said
Said the cops were after you.
No.
Oh.
I just ran
Frank's, I was scared.
I don't know what the cops are doing.
This is becoming the RE4 playthrough of this channel.
say you're sorry.
Yeah! Where we're just like...
Child,
we're
I
fucking-
agree.
I run away a lot too.
What?
No good.
Ray said mean child.
Nobody will
Mean
ever
child.
forgive me.
This is becoming the fucking Resident Evil 4, holy shit.
Where we just know the timing of the cutscenes and what they say now.
Yeah. I'm waiting, I feel it. This is my favorite moment in the game, it's coming up. It's not
James is
actually my
excited
favorite
too.
moment.
He's
It's like
chomping
how
at the
whenever-
bit.
Whenever I see RE4,
Where's
I get
my
very...
pizza? Oh, big pizza.
Oh, big picture.
Eddie?
Should probably watch The Whale.
You're James.
It's apparently a really good
Met in
movie,
the
but it's
apartment
just...
building?
But the way it was marketed
Yeah.
is really funny, because so much of the marketing is contingent on, hey, look at Brendan Fraser in this fat suit.
I love Brendan Fraser.
Are you alone?
I love
here?
him. No.
He was great in Doom Patrol.
Oh, Brendan Fraser is an amazing actor. Just in general, and he does an amazing role. It's just very much the thing where all the marketing for that movie very much is, look at Brendan Fraser in this fat suit.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
Is that her name?
She said.
This
This town is
The
full
town
of
is full
monsters.
of monsters.
How can you sit there and eat pizza?
pizza?
I'm by yourself. Just a fatso like me would slow her down.
Yeah, that's why I don't
Forget
like
you.
Forget you.
That's
why I
such an
don't like-
old-timey way to say fuck off.
Yeah, forget you. It's
Also,
like
you
when hear
can
somebody. It's
Walk
like
down
when
this
you hear...
whole lane. Not a lot of people show that off.
Huh.
There's actually... Explore the
like-
bowling
it's
alley.
like- It's like I was telling Elle about this the other day. Do you know what a minced oath is?
Can you say that slower?
Minced oath.
Like an oath.
A minced oath
Did the
is
little girl run out of here?
it's
Yeah,
it's
she was too
intentionally
fast for
a mangled version of an
Aren't you
oath.
gonna go after her?
Like
Okay.
you know how like they will say "God damn it," or whatever, or "God damn you." Back in the day, that was for various reasons kinda not a thing. So that's where terms like "zounds" and "gadzooks" comes from.
I didn't know that's what those were called. Gosh.
Gosh, yeah, gosh is one. Those gadzooks and zounds are my favorite because zounds is a minced oath because it's a shortened version.
Where does it come from?
It's like a I'm about to say, yeah, I'm about to say, but it's like when you say this word, this combination of words quick enough, it becomes this. Zounds is a minced oath for God's wound. So if you say it quick enough with a certain accent,
Got
it becomes
swoons. Got swoons.
God's wounds. And it
I
becomes
see it, I
zounds
see it.
into
She went through
And
there.
one of my favorites
I
is
still love these
Gadzooks.
camera angles.
hope
Gadzooks to
it-
these camera angles.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there
I
is.
hope that there
Right
is these
through
stay in
there.
some fashion in the remake. I hope that they don't.
Like, I
change
like
the
that
camera.
pan down. Or
It
like,
feels very dynamic, and it's not really something you can see in a movie in the same way.
It's no good.
don't forget about Gadzooks, we aren't.
Gadzooks is. Yes, that's exactly what I was about to say. Gadzooks is God's hooks. Hooks is an archaic term for the nails that Christ was crucified on. So God's hooks is, if you say it quick enough, it becomes God's hooks. Gadzooks.
Okay.
And I think that's fascinating because we
Is
make
that-
fun of those now for being very archaic sounding, but the actual thing they're standing for is badass. If I want to add God's wounds to my category, it's like how to my vocabulary because that's something I did after
Also,
I
we
played
can't go
fucking
into
Red-
the dressing room with, by the way.
Huh.
Like, Maria could, which makes me wonder why. For why?
But like, it's like after I played Red Dead 2, I've heard people in real life say Christ alive, but very rarely. But after I played Red Dead 2 for the first time, Christ alive became a part of my fucking vocabulary.
I used to say Jesus wept a lot.
It's like how my aunts will say, oh, Jesus, take the wheel. It's a very southern lady thing to do, but she'll go, oh, Jesus, take the wheel.
I just love Jesus wept.
Jesus wept.
I love the Savior is just annoying.
Yeah, I love Jesus wept as one because because it could mean two things. It could mean, but it could also be read as Jesus wept for you.
Yeah.
Because the context of the phrase in the Bible where it says, and Jesus wept, is specifically in reference to when Jesus receives word that his friend Lazarus has died.
Yeah.
And he cries because his friend is dead, even though he knows he's God and everything. He cries because his friend has had to endure the suffering of death. It's also worth noting, of course, with the Lazarus thing. There's two Lazaruses mentioned in the New Testament.
There is.
There's the Lazarus who is a person who
By the way,
Jesus
get
knows.
some paper ready.
Get some paper ready. Okay.
I think some of the
shit down.
I think the keypad number.
Oh, okay.
I think. Worst case scenario, do you have the ones from last time?
Yes, I do.
We're also just gonna We're not really gonna read notes unless they are sure.
But if you do want to see them, watch the VOD.
Literally from
stream.
yesterday.
Literally from yesterday, we read these notes.
If this is up on the YouTube, and you were on the YouTube version of this video, the previous upload,
Literally, the upload will be right before this one, and
be in
yeah.
the playlist as well, because while this is 2 episodes, it's still a playlist, because it might as well be a multi-day event.
Yeah. There's 2 Lazarus mentioned in the Old Testament. There is Lazarus, who Jesus brings back from the dead, and that's where you get the phrase. Sometimes, oh, sorry. Let me see what Mecca's been saying. Goodbye is also similar, but for being polite, since it's a contraction of God be with ye, which was shortened to
Son of
letters
those.
in God, W-ye, and then good. Yeah, Mecca, exactly. Sometimes I say jumping Jesus on a pogo stick. I say Christ on a bike sometimes.
I have said Pike a couple times, too.
Oh, Christ on a pike is also an older one because, the fun fact, it's horrific, but sometimes crucifixion, there's multiple ways to crucify somebody, and one of them is cross is a literal pike. It is a pike in the ground.
Yeah.
Although, it's worth noting, biblical evidence seems to show that, and use of the cross by the early church fathers, does seem to say that the cross that Christ was crucified on was the traditional T-shape we imagine. Now, here's the
Yeah.
interesting thing, I've mentioned this before. Jesus would not have been crucified through his hands.
No.
It would have been the wrist, because it is physically impossible for you to be crucified through the hands. It's a really cool fucking
Oh fuck,
imagery.
Maria died.
Oh.
Whoops.
Well, that's the only game over we've gotten.
Yeah.
Huh.
Whoops. That's my fault. Sorry, gang.
Sorry, gang.
We'll just use the gun. It's safer.
Yeah,
Correction, we'll
but
just
Maria
use the
was-
gun when we're transporting Maria.
Yeah.
Exhilarating
the-
traditionalis. The fuck out of here with that bot shit.
That sounds like a fucking badass username. That sounds like a band.
Good band.
That's good band. But yeah, no, the
Start making bands based off of Twitch using band.
that sounds like a fucking Powerwolf song.
Does.
Although the traditional images, of course, with the stigmata through the hands, and there have been documented stigmatics, which are people who their faith is so strong that they receive scars where Christ's wounds were said to be. Now, the real question is whether or not, that comes down to people's personal beliefs, of course, but I'm also of the opinion that some people suggested where you may quite literally believe so hard that you somehow get them.
Aw?
Maybe. It's a
Maybe.
theory I've seen. People can make themselves sick by believing in it, and sometimes people can get better through placebo effects simply by believing they're better. Of course, that's not as consistent as some people make it out to be, but depending on your view on the world, it's possible that stigmatics are people who believe so hard that they end up giving themselves these scars.
Yeah.
It's hard to say, but that also ultimately comes down to whether or not your personal belief system. But ultimately, Jesus would have most likely been crucified with 1 nail through the wrist, 1 nail through the wrist, 1 through the feet, and because the thing about crucifixion is the pose, you need your legs, otherwise you can't breathe. The way you're hanging when you're in a cross crucifixion is you have to pull up to breathe.
Yeah, which is why it
And
hurts more.
Yeah, especially if you're like Christ, where it's
Wow.
mentioned specifically,
What's wrong?
Christ was
I just pricked
flogged
myself.
Are you okay?
with
Yeah.
knowing what we know about the Romans and how they did it. It would have been like a cat of 9 tails, but at the end of it, there would be pieces of sheep bone, thorns, shards of metal, and you'd whip somebody with it, and you'd twist your wrist, and it would pull lengths of muscle out the back. It is a horrific torture. And it's worth noting that with crucifixion, that's not a cross that is smooth.
Yeah.
It is rough wood. Have you, if anyone in the audience, and I know you for a fact you have Bedlam, but I'm sure for the people in the audience, if you have ever seen like a 2x4 or whatever that has not been like, you know, carved and smoothed out, it's so easy to cut your hand on it. Now imagine you have links of muscle hanging out of your fucking back, and you're bleeding, and you're having to pull yourself up. Shit's awful.
It is. They don't want to kill you quick.
Nope.
They want to kill you. 4918.
4918. Writing that down. 4918. Okay.
Does that correspond with the notes from yesterday?
Let me find it. I put it somewhere. I believe so. Just off the top of my head, but
This is the James people are scared that he'll be in the remake, but like, hear me out. I'm doing it now.
yeah.
You just gotta get good with this combat. Which I am, because I've been playing this type of combat for years on years on years on years on years on years on years.
Yeah, no, it is different every time.
I would hope to be good at the game by now.
Of course. Yeah, it does not match up.
Okay, so at least that one's random.
At the
That
very
one's
least, that one's
for
random,
the
but
keypad.
I know some of them are different.
Yeah, so we
For
need roof
sure.
access to get turn the numbers.
Some of them are absolutely, definitely random, but some of them are consistent because in various guides I've seen,
Like
they're listed
3
as
ones.
only being one. 313, stuff like that.
Actually, Ray, if you're still here, is it 313? Is it 131? I'm also just kind of showing off that this game gives you more than enough ammo.
This is a game where if you use the melee combat as well, you're not going to be hunting for ammo. You just need to not be fucking lighting up every goddamn monster you see.
Granted, I'm not really fighting in the street. That's still something
Yeah.
like, I'm playing a little more cavalier than I usually do. I don't have anything to prove, really, but like, I'm just... Oh, I don't really care about resource management this playthrough. Because
Yeah,
it doesn't
'cause
affect the ending.
Doesn't affect the ending. It's Silent Hill 3 where depending on how many enemies you kill, it affects your ending. doesn't it?
Only on a second playthrough.
On the second playthrough, okay. What does it affect?
You have to get a specific amount of points, essentially, to nudge you towards evil. And then you
Okay.
get the evil ending.
Which, yeah, specific on the second playthrough, because I'm glad, because that first playthrough, I want to hit things with my big medieval flail. It's not a flail, it's it's specifically a spiked mace.
I like
I
the
like
katana, it's
I
funny.
like calling it a flail. I love the image of fucking Heather, like that,
Wait.
like the fucking, yeah, 4918.
Well, I'm actually just seeing if I even got that.
Was it the imprint on the carbon paper?
No, that's for
That's
turn the
always
numbers.
the same. That should always be the same. Yeah, for this door specifically. The door
What key did I actually get? Oh, I got the lapis eye key. Okay, so now I just need numbers with access. That is my mission right now.
Yeah, it's actually interesting on how on hard difficulty this door code changes. On the hard puzzle difficulty, how you even get the door actually changes significantly.
Hard
Very
mode.
fascinating change.
Hard mode starts to add like actual changes. to, like, how the game... Like, have you ever seen how Madhouse difficulty affects Resident Evil 7?
No.
Well, you know how you get the dog keys? You have to find antique coins, new ones, that have been scattered around the Baker estate. Wait, do I have to go to the storeroom? I don't think I tried.
I don't think you did. Because you
Yeah,
got
no.
the imprint on carbon paper. I saw that you had it in the thing, and I saw you get it. So I know I'm not crazy.
Wait, is that for the door key?
That's for the locked box, so you have that one for the locked box.
Okay, I might
Yeah,
have
it's.
I think something in.
I believe so.
It's either that or that's... Yeah, that's once we hit the other world. I am sick of this other world.
I'm sick of it. I'm tired of this shit. We need to do a room night.
Love the room. I will
I'm tired. I
totally
don't want
watch
to
this.
live anymore.
Everyone betraying me. You're tearing me apart, Lisa!
God, that would be a good movie night. I know Ray has talked about, like, maybe we could do... just,
Neil
like,
Breen Night was brought up.
Neil Breen night was brought up.
I'm
I
fine
know-
with that.
I know we've kind of spoken a little bit about not having, like, a specific, like, movie plan, but maybe just doing some random horror movies for a weekend this October, because it's spooky season. It's like whatever fucking, like, maybe Ray or whoever has on their hard drive or whatever.
I'm actually thinking of a Halloween series next year. Just like
Halloween
pre-recorded stuff ahead of
series.
time.
Yeah.
Well, guess what I can totally get 31 of?
What?
Horror movies nobody has fucking heard of.
We're gonna watch fucking, like, trying to think of one. We can watch Evil Bong.
Watch Evil Bong.
We'll watch Evil Condom, where the condom's an evil monster.
That's a Silent Hill monster.
Would you believe me that there's in JoJo Part 8 there could be an evil condom?
I'd believe. So on
Not as in there,
principle.
not that there is an evil condom, but there are creatures established in Part 8 that could take the form of the evil condom that bites off your dick.
I believe you. I
should.
absolutely believe you. Oh, I didn't go to the examining room.
James's stand would be called Angel Thanatos.
Yeah.
I can't believe
Hey, I'm wrong.
Akira Yamaoka has made, like, some of the best music I've ever heard in a horror game, and then went, I'm gonna do some remixes for Persona.
Did. He was also on the soundtrack for Rumble Roses.
And Edge Runners, as more people are aware of now.
Yeah.
Although it's less clear what he specifically added in that case, but I think it's because he's intentionally not going for a... He's going for a different style and a series that already has a shit ton of electronic music on their soundtrack, for obvious reasons.
I still love that they, use Trash... is it Trash Generation history?
Yes.
I love that song. And it plays during a cyberpsychosis moment. It's fucking sick. Wrong
It's a,
thing.
yeah, it's a song by Gazelle Twin and Trash Generation. It's just a song called History. It's extremely good fucking song. Something I genuinely, listen, I love playing, like, a GTA game and getting to hear, like, you know, fucking Tupac and all these classic artists. I honestly would love to see, like, Rockstar do something like that when it comes to their music. Is I want to see more tracks that are original for the world.
Yeah. I also have no clue
Because
the hell I found that document last time.
which one specifically?
The one to give code. 3rd floor. And what did you say it was?
4918.
4918, huh?
Yeah, that's what I wrote down. In order to find the code, you'll need the examination room key. This key is found in the men's locker room on the 2nd floor.
Oh, now I remember. Right, because James doesn't look at it. You just have to investigate it because it looks weird. Alright.
I forgot about that too.
I kind of just picked it up and didn't say anything there. Yeah, I just did this. Shit you not.
And to be fair, we went through an entire video game yesterday. There may be some details that we all forget because there's a lot of video game.
Yeah. I went the wrong way.
I'm gonna be real, I think Heather would beat James in a fight.
Oh, absolutely. Heather actually
Because-
knows how to use half the things she has.
She's okay with that katana.
She has good fire control.
She's good with her infinite SMG Uzi 9mm. The Uzi 9mm.
Yeah.
I'm so sad that James Cameron has become AI slop.
Yeah. No, it's not surprising though.
I don't know how to say this. I think I'd be less sad if he had passed away. Not that I want him to or anything like that.
No, but it's like, oh, I respect him less, so it would be less heart crushing if I suddenly heard that news.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. As in, absolutely, even now.
7335.
7335.
Good track.
7335.
Bugman.
I wonder what instrument that is that does that jing 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 sound.
That might be a steel pan.
I think it might be because it has this very distinct metal sound.
Might be some of the higher notes on a steel pan. Keep in mind, Akira Yamaoka is not limited to instruments. Is it 7335?
Yes.
God, that's a nice noise. Yeah, I feel like Laura right now. Just like, why
No
should
one can
I?
hurt me. Yeah.
There we go. Oh, you're sick?
Yeah.
You're a little sicky poos?
Damn, bitch, me too.
James. Wait a minute.
I don't believe in you.
I'm kind of tired.
Are those sugar pills?
You need to be careful with your diabetes, Marita.
Marita?
You should rest.
Did you call her Marita?
I did it not on purpose, but I also
So
didn't stop
comfy.
myself when I realized I said it.
I'm gonna go look.
So
for
1
her.
Marita, 2 Marita, 3
I'll
Marita,
be back as soon as I can.
Marita shot. Marita shot in Biggie, shot in Biggie, shot in Vegas like Biggie.
Shot in Biggie.
He shot in Biggie? Damn, I didn't know Biggie was freaky like that.
You know for a fact he was!
Not freaky like that.
Oh, you're not speaking metaphorical shots.
However, Biggie was a freak, but unfortunately Tupac did not only match it, he outmatched it.
Claim to be a player, but I fucked your wife!
Your wife!
That is up there with the song Take Yo Bitch that has the line, you better hide your grandmama cause I'll fuck her too.
I'm also thinking about the song I Get Around off of I forget which Tupac album it is actually, but it's song I Get Around. Really good song. I recommend listening to it to the audience if you haven't already.
You should have
as well as
listened to
you, of
Tupac
course.
by now. Get yourself cultured.
Get yourself cultured. but it's a specific song where he talks about how yo girl keeps paging me. She crazy. Get your bitch. It's really good. The exact line is, and I don't know what it is, but your girl keep paging me, and I say, baby, it easy.
What was this one?
4918, I believe.
1-8?
That one's good. Okay.
So we don't have turn the numbers, but we
We
have
turn the
literally
numbers.
everything else,
So
and
only
we'll
to
have
the
it soon.
one.
Well, now we go up to the rooftop. Don't read the depressing letter, and by don't read it, I mean I'll poke at it.
Yeah, because reading that affects the ending.
I don't actually... No, so with this specific kind of ending, the endings that you need items for, they override everything.
So, yeah, because you have to use the items.
Yeah, they are done in different rooms.
Yeah, so you have to intentionally choose it. So in theory, even if you got all these items, you could Yeah, because I read about it. Even if you were doing a playthrough, and it's like you picked up the White Chrism, that would not automatically lock you into the Rebirth ending.
Okay, that's
Because
good.
the dog... Because, yeah, it's just...
Oh no.
I checked. I'm
So
pretty
mind
sure...
if I leave? Oh no. I've never tried to just leave.
What if Pyramid Head started grittying?
Creep.
Why fuck? What if he hit the goddamn Fortnite the fucking I told you I told you I changed when I knew that I would never would. He's fucking floating at you.
Oh
I
my
shit my
god.
pants. I'm
I
real.
love having that emote.
I want them to add James to Fortnite and Heather.
Oh, I would love that actually. 1182.
1182.
Yeah, these change every time.
Which is weird because the guy doesn't mention that. Then again, this is a fucking IGN guide.
For
So
the
fuck am I
HD
know?
collection, specifically.
Maybe in the HD collection it doesn't change every time. Though.
I doubt it. That would be something I would remember. I actually wouldn't mind if that was a change.
You know what it might be? It may be like if this is your first playthrough.
I don't know.
It's always going to be the exact same thing. I don't know.
I don't know.
Turn
Okay.
the number.
I remember, like, having, like... I remember playing this game in front of my mother, which... This is one of those horror games that you actually can play with in the room. 'Cause it's just
Yeah.
kind of creepy. Alright, what is it?
1182.
1-1-8. Also, like, where do you think I got my horror interest from?
Yeah, of course.
Like, it was not strange to play a horror game in the living room watching.
But there's a distinct difference between like some Saw fucking Hostile shit and this.
Having her take notes while I played was actually really... but that's why I always remember the turn the numbers. What? What happened?
You said taking notes, and I thought about Neil taking notes.
God damn it. Fucking Eugene over
Ow.
here.
How could you what would it take to convince you that that Walter Sullivan is guilty? Okay. I need a videotape of him killing those kids. I need a police officer. The kids need to be holding 2 forms of government ID. There needs to be a police officer there, 4 or 5 of my buddies, and James taking notes. And his grandmother has to be there to identify him.
Identify him.
Walter, always killing children. Make sure you get some blood in your hair, Walter. Yes, grandmother. I've watched that bitch.
You don't
so
realize
many
that you're
times.
kind of close?
That's basically what actually kind of happens. isn't
Replace grandma with mom.
it? Yeah.
He thinks the apartment's his mom.
Yeah, that's where he was.
Fucking James's dad has Walter's umbilical cord.
Yeah, Frank Sutherland?
Frank.
Frank Sunderland, yeah.
Speaking of Frank, name,
I don't think it's been.
I forgot about the
Yeah.
Star Trek episode of Futurama, and I forgot the gag of taking Leonard Nimoy off of the shelf, and Jonathan Frakes' head's just right where it was and goes, woohoo, front row.
Woohoo! Front row.
Laura?
I love the Riker
You know my
sit.
name?
Riker Lean. It's really good.
Eddie
The
told me.
Riker lean. But if anyone ever wonders why does fucking
How do you know
why the
about
fuck
Mary?
does Riker
What's
in
the
New Next
big deal?
Generation
Why can't you
sit
just
like
tell
that,
me?
where he does not sit in a chair, he
Just
fucking
tell me
mounts
if I
it like
don't
a
know.
woman.
I won't.
He is a very sexual man.
Definitely he is.
He
But the reason why he
fucks.
does that is Jonathan Frakes has like a neck injury or back injury
I was friends with
Oh.
that
him.
specifically makes it harder for him to sit in chairs. I don't think that's the case anymore actually, but I remember
It
at the
was last
time it
year.
was.
You liar! Laura,
Yeah,
I like that scene.
Don't believe
I do too. He's like, oh shit.
last year.
He's like, I literally said I wouldn't.
But it's also fully understandable. He's in a very stressful situation.
I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's
Do
go.
you know how expensive 9mm is, Laura?
Do you know how much?
Do you know how many
what the
dollars
value-
I've wasted just killing nurses?
Place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange
Do
things
you have
around
no
here.
idea how
I
much
can't believe
expensive?
we haven't even gotten a
You have no
surprise
idea how
on
much
you.
more expensive it got during COVID,
Why
Laura.
should I?
COVID actually does impact the ARG
Something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really
because
Does
it's
it?
it takes place in
A
the
letter from Mary.
historical society in modern day,
I'll go get it. It's
right after
Oh.
the pandemic.
Yes.
It's like how in fucking how in the first chapter of Part 9 of JoJo, there's a line where one of the characters goes, even though it's not set during the pandemic, because it's after the pandemic in 2023, there's actually a line where they say, like,
it in there?
oh, like, don't get in my face, I don't want you to give me COVID.
Yeah.
Oh,
Back.
Which I've seen some people say they think will age it, but I don't think so because it's gonna be a piece of media, much like how like there are novels written set during the like they're written
What are you doing, Laura?
during like the Spanish flu.
It's further back.
COVID
Yeah.
is going to be noted as a thing that happened. So if it's referenced, it'll just be, oh yeah, that's a thing that happened.
that's why watching Shogun, and they use some
Yeah.
antiquated language. I'm like, wait, no, that wasn't like a problem at the time. That was literally just
I tricked you.
a
it was.
nickname. That wasn't even like a slur then.
I'm a liar, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was just a shortening,
Want me
like
to-
Aussie.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. That is just what you would do it.
What?
That is what Dutch sailors would say.
Yeah, and that's the thing about historical media.
Okay.
Is, and this is something I say a lot as a historian, we gotta present, we can present characters and such in the
It
areas
was based
they
on
existed.
Shogun? Oh my god, you're right. The history that leads to what Shogun represent. Oh
Oh,
my
yeah.
god, I forgot about
That-
that.
Yeah, because a white samurai from England, or not England, the UK. but- well, probably
Dutch,
the UK.
I believe. Oh, there are three. Every
Yeah,
time.
no, I believe he's Dutch in the show, but in the actual Shogun, let me check actually, I'm curious. No, he's an English sailor.
Woo!
Which I know specifically because in Neo.
Wait,
they
was it a
call him
Dutch
guy.
vessel?
It was a Dutch vessel.
That's where I'm
but
getting confused.
He is a, yeah, like, set during a fictionalized version in the year 1600. The plot follows the journeys of William Adams, an Irish sailor named after, inspired by the historic William Adams, Englishman who became a samurai, who was a real guy who existed. It was a Dutch vessel, I believe. Yeah, he served on a Dutch fleet seeking to establish trade with Japan in the show. So John Blackthorne.
No relation.
Yeah. John Blackthorne is also a man. It's based off a novel which was based on the real events, and those same real events were the direct inspiration.
Huh.
It's the same guy.
I am
Is it?
clowning on these bitches.
Let me double check.
Yeah, because you're
actually.
William and Neo.
No, you're William and Neo, but I mean in Shogun, is it a real guy?
Oh, he got me.
No, okay. John Blackthorne in Shogun is not a real dude, but he's directly based on William Adams, and it's just a different name.
Okay. It's a
But-
fictional name for the same guy.
And that happens a lot in Shogun. Yeah, he's English IRL and in the novel, and in the show he's English. He's very much English. It is a Dutch fleet. That is also what happened in real life.
Okay.
The Dutch and Portuguese and such had a lot of influence on Japan. There's actually a lot of armor from the 16th, 17th centuries worn by samurai that are very inspired by pieces of armor that were traded by
Yeah.
the Portuguese and Dutch.
It's why when I see, like, samurai armor, but they have, like, a shoulder guard from, like, a European-style knight, I go, yo! Also, hey! Look at that
Oh.
shit. I got nothing to comment on it. It's just gross. I don't
Yeah.
even think it has symbolism. It's just gross.
Yeah, some things are just gross. Some things are just, hey, look at that gross shit. Yeah, no, because by the 16th, 17th century, armor was still around. It was just a lot different. Being a little bit of a history nut for a second,
Please do.
there's this misconception that armed cavalry went away very quickly. Not true. Armored cavalry stayed around for a while, but they lost a lot of their supremacy during what is called the pike and shot era of European warfare, where guns became very much more common, and pikes became common, because even if the horse does not impale itself, a horse is not going to willingly want to run onto a long-ass pike.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just survival instinct.
Because horses are animals.
Horses
like
have
how-
it, and that's why they're scary.
And while war horses, there's a misconception as well when it comes to horses, is that people think that horses that were used for war were very skittish. There is tales of horses that during that era where they would bite you and kick you if you were not their rider and you tried to handle them. They were that fucking fierce. They were feral little animals. Well, not little, big animals, but feral, not literally feral, but they were very crazy animals. They were trained to be. They were trained to
Literal crazy hordes.
literal crazy horse, because it was the case of, this is an animal that has been trained that there's going to be a lot of loud noise, there's going to be a lot of shouting, a lot of shit, and you just got to keep going. And that was the same case during that era, but a horse is still going to be like, nah, I'm not doing that. Not that you would try to make them, because that would be stupid. You'd not only be horseless, because horses take a long time to be trained and shit, but also, like, they're expensive. But, despite this, armor was still very much around. At a very trackable pace, it went from being full-on suits to being like a breastplate. And you see very similar with the influence that a lot of armor had on in like mid to late 16th to 17th century Japan. You see the helmet start to change, you see the breastplate start to change, and become more European in that way, because a lot of the armor of that period was also designed explicitly to be able to take a shot from a gun. There's a story from the English Civil War of a guy running up, and they're on horseback, and he takes the fucking pistol he's holding, and he puts it against his opponent's chest, who is on the opposite side of the English Civil War, and pulls the trigger. Point blank, it is against his chest, and he's like, oh, he's dead. And he rides away, and he turns around, he's getting back up. The breastplate just absorbed it.
You know what
Which is
some of my
fucking
favorite
awesome.
historical artifacts are?
What?
Those chest plates of people that got direct hit by a cannonball.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's terrifying, but like, God, the way it deforms.
It's so interesting, but it's also terrifying because you're like, oh, there was a man in that.
At one point,
The,
I also think
something-
I have to.
Yeah, pike and shot is simply a cheat code.
Yeah.
Because when guns became more common, it became a thing of... Guns existed for a long time. Guns were present in the to some extent in the high medieval ages and in the late medieval period.
Do you
and they were
understand
prevalent.
bulletproof?
Yeah. The it's a very cool thing, and I know for a fact I've shown you some of this, Bedlam. It's
Huh?
when you got a breastplate or armor made during the period where guns were becoming common, and they started bulletproofing armor. You'd go and you'd be like, okay, test the armor to make sure it was worth my money, and the armor would take a gun. Remember that scene in John Wick 2 where they test the suit?
Yeah.
They'd take a gun, a fucking, either a matchlock or flintlock, depending on the era. Mostly matchlock, I believe. And would point it, bam, and if it went through, either you make that bitch or you give me a discount. Or if it just makes a little... The ideal is there would be a little ping, a little dent, very small little dent, you'd be like, oh, okay, good. But that little dent was is very common on breastplates of the era because that is the proof from the armor that I made this to form. You can get shot and you'll be fine. You will live. You will walk this off.
It will hurt.
You'll hurt like a bitch. But that's the thing about armor. You would get injured. You would have bruises. You would be beaten. But the truth is, the thing about any protection, same thing with bulletproof vests now and plate carriers. You're gonna hurt, but what's worse? I'm dead. Or I have some broken ribs, I'm bruised.
Yeah.
A broken rib will fix. Your brain being all over the ground won't.
Your brain hits the ground, it's too late.
I don't know why when you said that reminded me of the fucking, if it's black, fight back, if it's brown, lay down, if it's white, say goodnight.
I didn't know there was a third part about that, was about polar bears.
Yeah, it's about polar bears, but Wooly ruined my life, because Wooly from Wooly Versus, I'm giving context for the fucking chat, once on a fucking LP, I don't remember what it was, said if it's black, fight back, if it's brown, lay down, if it's white, fuck it.
Yeah.
Which is also a good one, of just, if I saw a polar bear, I'd just give up.
Just fuck it.
If that's an animal that lives in the fucking Arctic and is that big,
I shouldn't live there. It does. That's my logic here.
yeah. You know what I also think a lot about? Fucking walruses. Those things are scary.
I have the basement storeroom. Okay.
Yeah. If I was in Silent Hill, I'd fight a walrus. I say this as someone who loves walruses. They're also fucking scary.
I might get a hippo.
I trust you've been following the exploits of Mooding.
Is the only hippo that I do not fear on some level, so yes.
I love that fucking image of the fucking... And somebody edited it to be fucking Colonel Campbell talking to fucking Snake. I trust you've been following the exploits of Mooding. I can very much... Yeah, I can hear that in my head. I'm going, Mooding? Yes, she's a hippo at a Chinese zoo.
I believe it's Thai zoo.
It's Thai zoo. Yeah, not Chinese, you're right. It's Thai.
James.
I think the confusion comes from, it is a Chinese...
It's you.
It's a Chinese breed, that's why I misremembered.
No, I make that mistake all the time.
Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway, what do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be mad at you, to be honest.
I still tense up a little bit.
Killed back there.
Because it's such a real explosion.
It is a knife. It is a knife of words.
So scared in my whole life.
The rest of it doesn't even hit that hard. It's just the anyway, like Jesus. In a scene that was otherwise quiet.
Because I hope this is not the case for people. Like, I hope people never had to get yelled at. But if you've ever been yelled at, and most of you
Everyone's
probably have,
gotten yelled at a little.
Everyone's gotten yelled at a little bit. But if you've ever had somebody really blow up in your face, listen, I already
shit hurts.
I kind of already have a flinch reaction to being yelled at because I have a touch of autism.
Same. Suddenly it's loud now.
Suddenly it's loud now. I don't like that. But it's very much just having someone blow up.
Oh, it's at me now.
Oh no,
feel like
what do
it's
I do? I guess I'll stand here?
It's like, I can't hit the person, I can't walk out of the room.
And before somebody's like, why would that be your first instinct? That is a human thing to have in your brain of just...
I'm like, force is not necessary here, but it is an aggressive situation.
If you have a loud... It's a very human fucking brain thing of loud noise. Do I punch it? Do I run away? It's like, oh no, I can just stand here.
I also just need to put it here, like, I do have a slight martial arts background. Like, I was taught this shit as a young kid, and it's like, no, fighting is literally always an option. It's just not always the best option or a good option. I am going through a checklist of, like, what is justifiable here? What is the play? Am I in danger? No, I'm just basically being yelled at. Okay, let's make sure it doesn't, like, get worse.
Yeah. Having a touch of the tism makes it so that something I'm having to actually kind of learn to specifically for games. It's like when, for instance, the drill sergeant voice gets used on me during a game, or it's like, oh, pitches, do this. I have to have that moment of, I'm being yelled at, what's going on, what? But my brain does not process the words, it just processes the loud noise. It's something I'm having to train my brain, where it's like, process the words when you get yelled at, don't just process the loud noise, because it's that instinctual thing of, huh, what?
That's why I keep my sentences short when I do call-outs.
Exactly. So there's less to focus on when it comes to the noise and more to loud noise, word, okay.
Just pitch at 6 o'clock!
Yeah, and I can just fucking do it.
Fighting is almost always the worst option, in fact, but it's always on the table. It is something that could happen. You know?
Also, yes, Mecha, late medieval plate was, if properly made, straight up bulletproof. Absolutely it was. It would dent the metal, obviously, but it would not puncture it most of the time.
Yeah.
It's like how you cannot die from getting stabbed through the chest with a sword if you have a full plate on, because the sword will not penetrate. You can die from getting stabbed in the armpit, or the back of the knee, or the crotch, or through the eye slit, but that's hard, and that's why you had to be specifically trained to do that, or you need to have buddies. So if you're like a man-at-arms with your buddies, and you're fighting a guy, a fucking actually trained knight who's been trained since childhood on a horse, you can, in theory, pull that bitch down, which is not easy, because he is a fit, strong dude on a horse, and that horse is not usually just going to be like, oh, okay. It's going to be freaking out, it's going to be trying to kick you off, because it's been trained to do so. But if you manage to, you can hold him down, you can get him in the armpit, or the eye, or whatever. But the thing that I see a lot of, like, it's a very... Actually, wait, I should wait a second here.
Uh-huh. Shouldn't what?
This doesn't change ever, does it?
No, I'm just writing it down.
Okay.
I'm listening to you, but reading the subtitles. And just silently making note of what it is. Yeah, it's 313.
Okay. Because I forgot, I was like, wait, it occurred to me, wait a second, does this change? Fuck.
No, because that would be extra recording. Would be cool if it changed next time.
I kind of hope the remake they can do that. That'd be
Maybe.
cool.
Or at least, like, make a couple names. I don't know. You could segment this super easy. Jesus Christ. Consummate queens.
Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the third floor.
Consummate Quint sounds like a guy from the 16th century. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, it sounds like, oh, there's an old comic, The Outbursts of...
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and he's, like, really progressive even for now. And, like, hits people.
What was that?
Okay, so third floor storeroom. Let's go to the third floor first. Everett True, thank you. Yeah, I recently got into those comics through the Twitter
Yeah.
page. That person follows me now. It's weird.
I don't know why hearing Everett True reminds me of that fucking edit that went around with fucking Barry Lyndon. The fucking Barry Lyndon edit where it's set to like a fucking... I don't remember what song it is, but it's like, how many guys got shot? One. It's fucking... it rules my brain. Whenever I would see that for like 3 days, I'd just watch the entire thing on my Twitter timeline and just be
It's
like,
good.
this captures my attention. And here's this magic box.
I mean, Silent Hill is directly magic.
No, I just love that there is a fucking, just straight up, this is a box.
That wasn't here last time I was here, by the way.
And it is the thing is, it stands out because it does not fit with this environment. It is brand new, it is gilded, it looks like a prop, it looks like it should be in a Resident Evil game.
Yeah. Also, I should have
It looks
gone
like
to the second floor, actually.
Yeah. That looks like a prop from a Resident Evil game where you have like,
I hate this fucking mansion.
I hate this mansion, I have to put my funny key in.
What do you mean the breakers broke and we have to use the chest plugs again?
I do love that as the series has gone on, they've always kind of acknowledged it more. Like, there's like notes and shit of like guys being like, why the fuck do they want us to make it like this?
Or just like, hey, why is the Baker estate like that? Oh, they commissioned the guy that made the Spencer estate.
Maria, give me a hand.
Yeah.
Come
And then
on.
they made
You're
it,
supposed to
and
be
they
the
like
big
built
man
onto
around
it
here.
even further.
How's a little girl?
No, the renovations were done by that guy.
Oh no, I mean the shit that was done after they got molded as well. Which made it even more intense.
To my knowledge, they were molded earlier than you.
What's this?
Evie came in and they were immediately molded.
Here, James.
No, that's
You
like what I
take it.
mean. Is right after they got molded, in that DLC, you see that they haven't put up any of the like.
Yeah. No,
like,
that's the stuff I was
actual walls
talking
and shit.
about.
Yeah. No, they didn't get the Spencer guy to do that. I don't think.
There's a
could've
receipt
remembered.
in the main game.
I could have sworn that was just for the house.
No, because it says specifically the stuff about all the weird traps and shit.
Oh, okay.
Now I think.
I want to say so.
To put the rings on her? Oh, I can put them both on at once.
Good quality riveted mail wasn't good, like bulletproof, but it could get pretty freaking close to the gamma son. Yeah, you'd
Everett
be far more
True's
likely
public
to get
domain.
injured.
Oh yeah, he would be.
It's an interesting thing, though. It's the same thing that happened with arrows, where you do not want a bodkin arrow to hit you if you're just wearing chainmail and a gambeson, because it's going to drag that shit into the wound with you. And
Yeah.
that's gonna get infected, and that's gonna hurt. And
It's gonna
this is an arrow
suck.
where that would probably, if you survive, that would probably be in that wound for the rest of your life. Or
Are you
die.
ready to run?
Yes.
I am ready to fucking run.
See you later, Maria.
See you later!
Fucker. Bitch.
But you said bitch though.
But you said bitch though. James, bitch. Maybe you should run faster, bitch. Maybe if you didn't have those stupid ass.
Fuck you, got
wrong.
mine! To be fair, I can sprint in shoes like that. I assume the lady who wears those... I just learned how to sprint in them. And then learned how to do it high. Yeah, again, reminder that he only has the Great Spear because it made no sense for him to use the Great Knife here.
Yeah, it would have. In a narrow hallway like that, he has good tactics.
Yeah.
A knife like that would not be useful. A great knife would not be useful in a narrow corner like that. It was actually somewhat the opposite. Usually, in very tight spaces, normal-sized swords were actually more commonly used in like siege warfare.
Yeah.
Fun fact for you, on the subject of like
That's
that
why-
period of combat,
Why
you'd
I
use your
love chivalry
sidearm.
so much.
Yeah.
Is that's actual siege combat.
That's siege combat.
You
It's
cannot
the,
wait to play it, I'm pretty sure.
I can't wait. I
Do you
want
have
to play it
access
so
to
bad.
Chivalry 1?
Yes, I do.
Still active.
I kind of want to try it. That's a game.
It's a little
where
harder. But
The thing about my only critique with Chivalry is, well, of course, it's up to customization. I wish there was more armor in it that was actually historical, and there wasn't so much what I can only describe as very blatant.
yeah.
But that's less. That's mainly because I just don't like that type of stuff. Not because I'm like, oh, it has to be historical, but because to me, I really hate armor that looks like that because it just looks dumb to me. Because it always has. I've always disliked it, even before I was a super big
History
nut for
head.
this type of thing. History head. Even when I was a kid, I'd see like World of Warcraft shit, like those with those, and I'd be like, I don't like this. This looks dumb.
It's boring.
It's boring because I'm like, but how do they put it on? What does it protect? And that's why I like realistic armor so much. It's not just because I'm like, oh, it's historical. I like that in fantasy too. But here's my thing with fantasy armor.
I do silly thing. A lot of silly armor is still accurate pieces that they just found.
A lot of it is, yeah. There are some helmets and shit in Chivalry which are very much based on real helmets.
Outside of
And
the
of
exception of the first game has a crossover.
Yeah. The
original.
Fuck, what was it? Yes. There's a thing that's not bad. It's just something I've never liked because I'm of the opinion that it doesn't make any sense because it looks ugly. Is combining a great helm with full plate, because a great helm is not designed for full plate, so it looks fucking stupid on full plate.
Oh, it
I
wasn't,
like the
is
great
this your
helm.
way of talking? It's, is this your way of taking?
Yeah.
I read that super wrong yesterday. Sorry. Going?
No, you're fine. That actually did occur to me, like, oh shit, yeah. It does say taking.
I
yeah, no.
totally misread it.
But that's my thing with fantasy armor specifically is armor does not always have to be entirely practical and realistic. I just want to
No.
know how you put it on. How did you put this on? Does it look like it fits a human body, or not even a human body, the body of whatever's wearing? Because there could be armor for like an orc or something, and it doesn't necessarily have to be practical for a human, because why would it be? It's not made for a human. But I just want to be able to look at it and be like, okay, I see how you put that on. I see how that was designed, what that purpose was for. But I think there's this very
Yeah.
big focus, which has been somewhat of an overcorrection. There is armor that's not practical. That's just for the drip. There's a concept that this thing comes up. This is a well-known fact now, I think. Vikings did not wear horned helmets. There were horned helmets, but they were used for religious purposes, for
Yeah.
rituals, stuff like that.
Now they
They were
do
not
look sick
warning.
as fuck.
They look awesome, but Vikings, the Norse, during that period did not wear horned helmets. However, there have existed horned helmets that were used for combat. They were used during the Bronze Age by the Mycenaeans. They were used by Celtic cultures
Mandarins.
and Yep, exactly. Oh, sorry, fuck. It occurred to me that you meant the creature in the game for a second and not, like...
Now I'm
the-
imagining mandarins in
speak
history.
It's like that shit in Transformers where they show like a painting of Optimus Prime standing on like the side of the red coat. I mean, that kind of happens in the fucking historical society.
Kinda.
It's like, oh look, there's a lion figure. It's in the painting.
God, I'm imagining that there's someone who, like, played this game for an hour and, like, never got out of the apartment. Like, they might have they never even got to the first dungeon. They just wandered down.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder, like, what they're doing now.
I wonder what they're doing. I wonder if they're like, if somebody's ever asked like, oh, what do you think I was playing? I was like, I didn't really,
I mean, that
kind
was
of a boring game. You just kind of walk around a town.
Reggie.
That was Reggie.
For Silent Hill 1, kinda, where he's like, yeah, so I played Silent Hill 1, I rented it, and, got to the school and went, what the fuck is this?
A kindergarten cop, Reggie.
Silent Hill, Jerry.
Silent Hill, Jerry. We're cheap. The sixth house in the tribe on Morn has a Woken Jerry. That's one of my favorite versions of that fucking meme. Is fucking, and they edited his fucking skin so where he looks like a dark elf.
Yeah.
He's like a Dunmer. I love that fucking one.
What? No, there's no reason with that it bothers me. Marketing. What? Why?
But you are a
Because
Dunmer the last
the same fucking
times.
times. Okay.
I
AI slop,
love that
regardless. That is a really funny skit.
I think for a big part of that for me is that this is my opinion on robotic AI voices. I hate them. When it is very clearly not a real person, I'm a bit easier on it for shitposts. If it's just like, because there's some channels I watch where they do use AI voices to a degree, but they're always very robotic and you cannot confuse them for a real person.
It's my thing is I don't like it when it's using training data off of someone who wasn't using it for that.
Exactly.
Like when it's Dagoth, it's like he did not
consent to that.
He did not consent to that. He did not record those lines. You're putting words in his mouth, even if it's as a character. Same with the Oblivion Guard. It's like, but like, if it's just like the TikTok text-to-speech voice, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, because it's very clearly just that.
Someone stood in a booth, said a bunch of words to train,
And we used it for training.
But like, that's nowhere near as evil, because that's not trying to be a person. So just,
But you might not be heading to the same place.
I don't... Okay, there's only one use of generative AI in the arts that I have appreciated, and it was, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth does use it, but it is only for lip flaps and cutscenes. And it's trained off of the hand-done ones from the previous game. Only that. And it is to make sure the game would come out on time, so the animators could worry about animating the hard shit, like movement, and making sure scene composition was right, and not so much making sure the lip flaps were just right.
And the thing about that as well, for me at least, is the truth is technology like that has been used for years in games, where it's like we made a program that does this work for us.
It's just
The
don't
issue
use.
is-
In my eyes, that use specifically that example is a tool. That is not
Yeah, that's a
replacing
tool.
anyone.
There is a very distinct difference between we have made a tool to make our job easier that generates things, and we're, we trained an AI on a bunch of like
Stuff that isn't ours.
and it's going to be generating it. Especially because even when AI is generated, I've seen like a handful of AI images that do look really cool, and I'm like, oh fuck, that's AI.
Yeah, I can always tell that it's AI
can.
when it is AI. Outside of like the once or twice. And I'm like, god damn it, some of you people actually have imaginations. Just use them.
Learn how to draw.
You don't even have to draw well. Like, just make the thing in your head.
That's why I don't really like...
Try it.
Art critique is very good for building it, but I also don't really like the whole thing of this art style sucks, necessarily, because when I say I don't like an art style, it's more, this ain't my thing. There are some art styles that are intentionally very ugly, and they're just not my thing.
It's like
That's the
fucking...
thing.
I love Smiling Friends' art style. That shit is ugly.
But that's on purpose,
Eh.
and I think that fits it.
By the way,
Friends?
we are going to be going to Historical Society soon.
Yes.
I am letting you know to just keep an eye
So I
out
can
on
have
what
it.
we're looking for. Yeah, like, tinier elements. Like, it is one minute use that, like, yeah, frankly, no one wants to do that part of their animation job.
Yeah.
Like, I totally get it. Fucking, Cyberpunk does it without AI. But I don't know how they do it. Or the generative AI we're familiar with now.
How do you mean?
Lit flaps. They are based off
Yeah.
of per language.
Yeah,
And they are handled by a robot. But I don't remember what the exact thing was.
and they refined the technology later as well, because the lip flaps are even more noticeably natural in Phantom Liberty.
Yeah.
Some of the motion capture in general is just a little bit higher quality in Phantom Liberty, and that's a good thing. If you're paying a lot of attention, it can seem a little weird where you see but there's not bad even remotely, where in the some
Seconds.
motions where you're like, oh, John, oh, sorry.
Keep going.
Where you see like Johnny do something and it looks a little funky, but it's not funky in a bad way. It's like, oh, the technology evolved over 3 years,
Yeah.
and it's not like they can really go in and change that.
But, like, in the case of, like, there was one game that is sponsored stream, full disclosure, that I did not know contained AI images. Because, frankly, what they had looked like filters, and, like, don't do that part. Don't do that. Do not do that. Because, fuck, I don't remember which one it was by now. A lot of the simulator games use generative AI to some degree. Which is still a problem, by the way.
Yeah.
Hotel. Oh, I didn't know I could interact and, like, read that. Like that.
The,
I am against it 99.998% of the time.
Yeah.
But there's the occasional project that's like, here's what we did as a tool, not replacing anyone, in a closed system that gets uploaded nowhere.
Yep. It does not get uploaded. It is not. The thing about AI.
And we trained it off of our data, and all of the actual creative decisions done by us.
Something that makes me also really sad is that,
You're at.
I can't remember his name for some reason off the top of my head. Kazuma Kaneko. Kazuma Kaneko did recently say something where he's like, I think AI art could be used in video game development in a way, and it made me very sad because he's one of my, like, he is a big inspiration to me, and how he just draws mythical characters, demons and shit.
Yeah.
Is a big inspiration to me. So hearing him step out in support of it sucks.
Yeah.
But I guess I can kind of get, like, the logic that he follows, even if I do not remotely with it, is
Okay, is
automation in ways can... no, there'll be a Smash display case that has the Obsidian Goblin in it.
I don't remember this thing. Thing I'm looking down at?
Can you pick it
Like
up?
the circular thing?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think that's it. It's supposed to be Smash, so I imagine it would actually... It doesn't mention anything about having to smash it, so I think it's already
One
open.
of these.
I believe so. It's a display case that has been opened up. Or it's been smashed open.
Might be this one.
It is, I believe.
Obsidian Goblet.
Obsidian Goblet, okay.
That's
so,
what we need?
Yes, and here, this area will give us the Obsidian Goblet, and that's what we need for now. And we're fine for now until Lakeview, where we're gonna pick up the next item, and that will be the Reaper.
We are still just blazing through. We're only at 3 hours.
We're at the Historical Society already, and we're at 3 hours. That is...
We're taking like 1 area per zone, or 1 hour per zone.
Yeah.
I'm, like, basically removing the hour that we took to fuck around and, like, do a beginning chat.
Yeah.
And, like, obviously the 10 or so minutes of beginning. Starting soon. So, like, yeah, we're making good time. I'm not trying to speedrun, I'm just trying to, like, roll through this.
Yeah.
I think that is a massive difference, because, like, I feel like someone could ask me legitimately, like, hey, why don't you just speedrun? And I'm just like, I'm not trying to speedrun, I'm just trying to blast through this.
Speedrunning and just going quick are two very different things.
It's a different mindset. I also don't know what a Silent Hill 2 speedrun looks like.
The thing is, speedrunning is way more time conscious. You're not being time conscious in the way of like, we have to beat this in 1 more hour. It's
I'm not optimizing.
you're not optimizing, and it doesn't really matter that much to you if it takes some time because
I set off today to do this.
yeah.
Okay, I'll remember that this is here. Let me reload, thank you. Just kidding. Fuck you. I am fascinated that this painting is here. I like to believe that there are some parts of the Historical Society that James does not remember 100%. I believe he has visited the Silent Hill Historical Society. I do not think for a second that he saw lying figures skewered on trees.
Oh, absolutely not. I think
Or Pyramid Head.
My opinion on 100% is, I think the Historical Society especially represents a unique case of, I keep using this term, but layers of the unreality, because you go deeper and you get deeper. The Historical Society is normal enough, but you get the paintings and it's this case of it being weird, and then you go into the prison and it's like, what? This is odd.
You
But not
basically... So,
It's not...
I feel like there is a slight misconception among, like, non-Silent Hill obsessed people of what layers of unreality means. Not to say that, no, you're wrong.
I'm not entirely understanding it.
There is layers of unreality. A lot of people think about it as something like someone going to a different place. No, it is that every place, the simplest way to explain it is that there's the real world, and then under it the fog world, under it the other world, under it nowhere. Capital N nowhere, by the way.
Yeah.
And James does, in my eyes, go to nowhere in this moment. So he is switching layers, but I think he switches layers the instant he jumps to the well.
Yeah. I'm also not entirely speaking of it as I mean, like, I think it's like a literal case of the magic. I think it's also somewhat of like a symbolic for the game case of it, where when he's going down these holes, the symbolism is that it's getting stranger and stranger.
Yeah.
I think it's more about the imagery in some ways, rather than I think... That's more my read of it, rather than, like I said. Well, I do think there's obviously a magical case. I think more is based on the symbology of it, if that makes sense. Like
hey, 3 guesses this time.
The symbolism of going deeper.
I also never read this. It says, "'Tis doubt which leads..." It's the Signalis reference. Mecca! I know you're fucking with me, Mecca. I can tell. I can see your smile past the text. Yeah, again, this time James just, like... Okay, I didn't get hurt last time. Wait a minute.
I think I also genuinely believe it's not just a video game thing where it's the case of like, oh, we don't want to show him falling. I think...
Never did.
Yeah, I think that's very much it. I don't think it's just a case of like, you know, whatever. I think it's a very much intentional choice to have him just be sitting there.
Killing a person ain't no big
Ain't no big deal.
Just
put the gun to their head.
Ow. Good line read, genuinely.
You killed him?
You killed him?
But
It was my fault!
He
Made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy.
Guy.
He
Had it coming.
I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog.
Again, the idea of a dog that walks it all over
I
you.
was just joking, James.
Like, that is how fucked Eddie is.
Anyway,
Yeah.
He's so low that he thinks a dog can walk all over.
Eddie.
A dog barks at him and he takes it as a personal offense.
Yeah. I do not know what signals, especially right now. We're just gonna power through it. So I did not grab this. 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 There's probably still something I missed. God damn it, I don't have a map of this area. Why am I trying to? No, I don't want the documents, I want the handgun bullets.
Also, because we're just about 3 hours in, you think we could very quickly take a quick 3 so I could like, use the bathroom?
Yeah, no, of course. I'll just leave it on this music. We're gonna take 3.
Yeah, not long at all, just, you know.
Or we're gonna take 3, take 5, I don't know which. Right, take care, we'll be right back.
Right back.
Alright, mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check.
Welcome back.
I am back, yes. Hang on. I realized I pressed the button and wasn't ready. I'm still gonna be here, but I was gonna do something while the ad was still running, and then I remembered it was scheduled ads. So it was short, so I couldn't use it as a timer.
Ah, yeah.
Again, if you want a break from the ads, there's an easy solution, although I also like to use them as a timer when I go on BRB, so I don't go away for too long, but I also don't feel like I need to, like, rush to get back in. If the timer's still going, I'll wait it out. Alright. I have to explore this part first. It's the first aid kit. Because we have the plate of the gluttonous pig. We need the presser, and we need seductress. But we also need to get the wax, horseshoe, and lighter, so that we can make that handle. So just literally no reason to do it other than knowing it's a scare. Yeah, now that I remember the order in which I'm supposed to do things, it's way simpler. Fuck. Let me reload.
You fucking freak.
I'd reload this fucking freak.
Matt Murdock, who said that?
You already read this last night. Da-da. Butter cake.
It's back.
It's back. That's one of the easier ones to find. Gum bullets. Also, somewhere in mask. Oh, I don't think it's very obvious in this room. But there are masks in this cabinet, I believe. That, like, you can't really see. But trust me, they're there. I could not tell you the symbolism on the no mask. I think it might just be a prop they had.
A no mask?
N-O-H? Like the theater?
Oh.
I believe that's pronounced that way.
Yes. I believe so, specifically. Japanese theater is extremely fascinating.
Oh yeah, I love the... I can't remember the exact style, but the one where it's one actor doing or some shit.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of kabuki.
Is that just a style of kabuki?
I'm not sure. I very much am a big fan of kabuki, specifically, especially for the makeup. The makeup especially intrigues me because it's something very cool about how the makeup can make
depending on the angle.
Yeah, and like how like the symbols and how they paint the lines and all these shapes on the face, it can mean so many different things. It's very interesting.
Yeah. We went to the wrong one. We need to go this way into the shower part.
And I'm not just saying this because I know some of the people in the chat may know me. I'm not just saying this because of the Super Kabuki production.
Wait,
of
what?
FF10.
Oh! Okay, but that does
Right.
go hard.
It does go hard, especially. That especially goes hard because they're using kabuki makeup to resemble characters from the game,
Yeah.
which is really cool. I've always been a big fan of the style of kabuki makeup that I think, I don't know how to describe it, it almost looks kind of like the mouth of like a lion or like a big cat.
Yeah.
Because it's the lines that mimic like the shape of the mouth and the eyes. It's very fucking cool.
Oh, also this area. This area has a lot that you can dig into. Those sigils are actually kind of legible alchemical signals.
It is.
I don't know the exact ones. But
Not a menorah. What the fuck are they called?
I
I forget what the candlesticks that have the three.
it may just be a candlestick. I don't know.
It's not a menorah, but there's a term similar to a menorah that is used specifically for candlesticks like that, and I always forget it.
Not a candelabra.
No, it is a candelabra. That's it. A menorah is
I
a
thought...
form of candelabra.
Oh wait, no, the thing on the ceiling's a chandelier.
Yeah, no. A candelabra, yeah, that is what it is. A candelabra is a candle holder with multiple arms. A menorah is the one specifically used in Hebrew religion. That's what it is. I get the names confused. It's a candelabra. Candelabras are used a lot in alchemy.
Yes. So, now that you remember this, or now that you know what happened to the Lakeside apartment, or not Lakeside apartment, the Lakeview Hotel, Burning Man.
Even the name makes sense.
Woman in Flight might mean... I never considered that Johnny the Fire Heater would be the Burning Man.
Maybe, because I think so there's a lot of symbolism over Johnny, I'm one hot guy.
I don't even think it's symbolism, I think it's directly saying, like, hey, this is what caused the fire. Wait a minute, is that... next to the Jesus, what is that? I know that painting.
That's the Pieta. The famous painting of Mary holding Christ in her arms after his crucifixion, after he was taken down from the cross.
Which is interesting.
It's
that it's...
pronounced.
So we now have all of the tiles.
We do. Yeah, it's the Pieta. Well, it's not the sculpture. It's the same pose. It's representing. That's a very common, famous pose of Pieta of fucking.
The line figures are back. Oh no, Lois, let me take care of this.
Never. Now I'm fucking thinking about the goddamn. It's fucking the P3 is P3 FES and it's fucking Family Guy is the fucking crying in the car to the
I love that video.
And then fucking I fucking am bad with the lyrics. Yeah, I'll never leave you, and then it cuts to him looking all excited.
Yeah, I love that.
Here to the battle, then I'll take it. If you want to take battle, I'll take it to the street.
Fucking love Lotus Juice.
His various albums are finally on Spotify.
Nice.
If you people in the chat have any interest in listening to Lotus Juice's non-Persona work as a hip hop artist, I highly recommend. I think they can also be found more easily on YouTube, wherever you do your music. But they finally got uploaded more properly. Before they were really hard to find because they were mostly just Japanese releases.
Yeah, and trying to search that, even with Romanji, is kind of hard.
Yeah, and a lot of them hadn't been uploaded on, like, to YouTube or whatever. They were uploaded, but they were, like, maybe on SoundCloud or maybe on some more, like, obscure Japanese music sharing site.
Like, it might be on Nico Nico Doga.
Yeah, places like that. But now it's much more easy to find for people in the West, specifically.
Yeah. Oh, game time! We've only been in here for 2 hours. Don't
Holy shit.
know where the extra third hour came from, I'll be real.
Me either.
Preamble?
But not for an hour.
Not for an hour.
But,
don't recall.
I think a lot of it was the labyrinth and stuff. That feels like the area we spent the most time in.
No, I don't know where this extra hour came from.
Oh, and for this, I have no clue.
Yeah, no. But, like, game time-wise, we're making good time.
Yeah, this is like the middle of the game.
No, this is like the 3/4 point.
It's 3/4.
You can divide this game into quarters pretty easily.
Yeah, it's apartments, hospital, that's like the early game.
And then in between, there's almost always a town visit.
There's the town visit. Did that just move with? You know what? That gives me the same vibe as in.
This whole.
It reminds me of in fucking Arkham Asylum, where in the morgue you can find Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah.
You can find he's got the toe tag on.
Yeah.
And you go back later and it's gone.
So I don't have a map of this area. Yeah.
The real question that's never elaborated on is why he was in the Arkham Asylum morgue. Don't worry about it.
He's Victor Zsasz. He could just be doing it to fuck with you.
No, Ra's al Ghul, not Victor Zsasz.
Oh, Ra's al Ghul. Yeah, he could be doing that to fuck with you.
Because Ra's whole deal is he can come back. Victor Zsasz just like stabbing people.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
What if it's Scarecrow?
To be fair, that is where you go there during the Scarecrow section. That's the same area where you have the famous scene where you unzip the body bags and it's Bruce's parents.
Ah, I love that scene!
It's the best.
Now someone might be like, oh, Arkham Asylum spoilers, fuck you!
Fuck you. I love Arkham Asylum.
Love Arkham Asylum!
It has the most atmosphere of any of the Arkham games, and I like all those Arkham games.
Yeah. Only one I haven't played is Origins.
Origins, I think, has the second. I'm gonna be real. Origins,
Good ambiance, worst bosses, I've heard.
or other way around.
Really? I've been told the bosses are really weak.
In Origins, no.
Yeah.
Origins is praised for having the best bosses of the series.
Wait, did it get like a DLC at one point?
It got Cold Heart, which is Mr.
That.
Freeze. It may have been that then, but quite infamously, the Deathstroke fight in Arkham Knight is compared very badly to the one in Arkham Origins, because in Arkham Origins, you actually get to fight Deathstroke
Right.
in a proper melee versus Knight, where it's a tank fight, and then he launches out of it and you punch. You don't even get to punch him. It's a cutscene where Batman launches out and punches him and it's done. And it's very disappointing.
I'll be real, I've thought about, like, oh, spooky season, how long do I want to keep it going? Because, like, Christmas is allowed to last until after Christmas.
It is.
And it's allowed to be there 2 months before every other holiday, despite it being the holiday season for everything else. I don't think anyone would be mad if I did a spooky season LP as an encore to just do Arkham Asylum.
I don't think so. Arkham Asylum is also just such a fucking good game.
It's a spooky little game.
And it's specifically based on some of the spookiest shit in Batman. Arkham Asylum, I think, stands out among all these games because it is very, in many ways, a horror game. But I think what makes it interesting is that it's... Well, the horror game's not great. It's a game where there's a lot of horror moments. But the thing that makes it interesting is... I think why it doesn't hit as hard for some people, includes me, is some scary moments. But because you're Batman, it's kind of a comfort blanket, if that makes sense.
It's to the left.
Once, and I think... Did you get it
Something
first
like
try?
that.
You did! Holy shit! Hello, Maria.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, first try.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
It's occurred to me that says 208.
Maria?
Speed.
That
This
thing,
hospital?
it stabbed you.
I think
There
it
was blood
represents it.
everywhere.
Stabbed me?
No other doors have numbers like that here.
It chased us to the elevator, and then
James,
Obviously, there
what
wouldn't
are
be
you
the
talking
bars, but
about?
I think this
Just
is supposed to
before.
represent
Don't
her
you
because the
remember?
How
bed. in
narrow
that-
it was is my idea. So
James,
the
Yeah.
bars give
did
it the
something happen to you?
or it
After we
visually
got separated in
separates
that room?
Mary and James in this symbolic setting.
Are you confusing me with
Oh,
someone else?
and if you go into the room, Maria's already dead. Maybe
Because when-
symbolizing
You're always so
when he
forgetful.
crossed the
All this
barrier
time in the hotel.
of the
he crossed
room.
he finally was able to cross the
Maria?
quote-unquote barrier of the room,
You said you took everything,
and she died.
but you forgot that videotape we made.
Was killed, seems to.
I wonder if it's still there.
Was explicitly
How do you know
killed,
about
and
that?
because
Aren't
here
you
she's
Maria?
fine. She's not sick.
I'm not your Mary.
So you're
I
Maria.
love that her face changes that.
I am
This has some inspiration
who
with
you want me to be.
the way they play
All
with
I
shadows
really
here.
need is an answer.
Oh yeah.
Also, her rolling her
It
eyes
doesn't
before
matter
getting
who
up.
I am. I'm here for you, James. See?
See, I'm real.
Don't you want to touch me?
Scared.
I don't know.
I like that
No.
response
I
though.
can't do anything through these bars.
'Cause it's like he wants that intimacy,
Okay.
but you're not
Stay
Mary.
right there. I'll be there soon.
And I think that's the interesting thing about James. And that's why I do not personally believe James ever cheated.
Because when given a perfect look copy of her, that gives him everything he would superficially want.
He isn't sure. He has the temptation, but he's not sure of it. I'm sure James had moments where Mary's in the hospital and he saw a very nice looking girl and he got a little hot and bothered under the collar. But I don't think he ever actually tried. I think it was more just the frustration of
I mean, I'll admit to something once. I was at one point on a date with someone, and I'm not gonna lie, your eye wanders every once in a while because you see someone who's a smoke show just walking past you, and you just have to take a second.
hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
And I genuinely, and that's always not necessarily that's an understandable thing, especially in James's situation where he,
I didn't
has-
even want anything. I just noticed.
yeah, it's just when you're sexually frustrated in that way,
Which,
you, whether you like it or not, your eye will notice things, and it'll be like, damn, that bitch bad.
she's hot as fuck. Goddamn.
That's a very thing that I think many people can relate to, is that feeling of, I'm not gonna do anything, but like, fuck, I'm frustrated in general, and I'm seeing in my brain whether I want it to or not, and trust me, as someone who experiences hypersexuality, there are times where you don't want it. You do not want to look at somebody and be like, damn, but your body does it without you, whether you like it or not.
Or this'll maybe hit a little hard for some people, but you get to the point where it's the JFK thing where you're just doing it to shut your brain up. And it's like
Yeah.
the other person's consenting. It's all cool. None of you are being used. But it's like god damn it, I kind of would rather be doing something else right now. But my dick won't shut up.
It's almost habitual.
Yeah,
It's
no.
At some point, it becomes less about the, oh, I want to jerk off or fuck for pleasure, and more, this is a habitual thing. Although, of course, in JFK's case, not only did he have a sex addiction, I genuinely think he had some sort of specific brain injury or something.
I mean, eventually, but...
Well, god damn it. That's all fucking the CIA was trying to do, was help
Can't
him
be
out.
mad at me. You can't be mad at me.
I'm not. That was the goddamn it of I saw the I saw the minefield.
Yeah?
I saw the sign. It said minefield ahead.
And
I
my
stared
brain
at it.
went Psycho Bullet Festival.
Oh, you did the fucking rain dance.
Reservoir
you shot me.
Dogs. Remember Reservoir Dogs Psycho Bullet Festival in the PS2 game?
Oh my god. I forgot about that fucking game.
I can't.
I remember reading a thing once that was like, this new book comes out, suggests JFK may have had a sex addiction. What the fuck you mean
Suggests.
Yeah. to
He'd
fair,
probably
there's
be
like
the first to tell ya.
There was probably, at that point, that was when sex addiction was in the media a lot. It's like, oh, you can have this thing. Unfortunately, and I'm gonna say this right now, and I'm not afraid to say it.
I do like to think that it's good.
I think JFK was a good guy.
Like, no, as in good at it.
Oh, absolutely he was. That motherfucker was pulling Marilyn Monroe. That's a
Yeah.
bitch who she was coming back
For you
willingly.
Gen Alphas, that is the Ice Spice of their Give me a second. Also, if you're Gen Alpha, you're too young to be one. So I'm sorry. Go away. Go away.
I am clipping that right now. I am clipping that quote.
Oh, please do. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I'm... Oh, this at least gives me a moment that gives me an excuse to clear my nose. So, there we go. You might be like, Bedlam, why don't you blow your nose? And I go, no. Brain falls out.
What falls out?
Not a fake feet. I also think it's interesting that this room, the door is covered in news. Cole Phelps got shot here. Shit.
I'm titling this clip JFK would have loved Ice Spice.
He would have.
I don't know how to put it. If JFK was a young man who was still alive in this day and age, I believe, actually, probably if he was old as well, but JFK would absolutely be the type of man.
Oh, if JFK was still alive, I don't think he would have slowed down.
I don't think he would have slowed down. I think at this point, like in this current year of our Lord, he probably would have, but that's mainly because he would have been nearly 100 years old. I don't think he would have slowed down willingly, but I think he would have not had the choice in the matter.
Yeah. God damn it, I wish that wasn't your only move. All he wants to do is straddle and ride me today.
Oh yeah, if he was alive right now, he would definitely not, because he'd be 108 years old.
Is he quite young as a president?
He was one of the younger presidents, yes.
I thought so.
He was relatively young for a president. He was only in his 40s, which is not untypical, but...
He looked like that in his 40s.
Yeah.
Also, this scene's fucked up.
Man.
If you would like me to dwell on it, that's not today, that's yesterday.
Yeah. There are photos of... Because you have to remember, Kennedy, as a young man, fought in World War II. He was in the Navy.
Relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then?
I do like this performance here.
You're trying to be nice to me.
Me too.
Also, a lot of people do say, like, oh, Angela's voice especially was up to the direction, and it's like, you have clearly not heard her act in Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, where she's doing the same voice.
Say it!
That's just what she kind of sounds like.
Beat me up like he always did.
People don't seem to understand.
You only care about yourself.
If you're not at least somewhat skilled at acting,
Pig.
you can't do this. Right here, you can't
Oh,
do it.
yeah, yeah.
I've I've been in some like VC situations where like fucking writing and role playing with friends and shit for like a D&D game or just having fun, whatever.
Yeah.
You make me
When you're trying to cry and sound upset, it's hard.
I have
It
to
is
make
not
myself angry to do.
or not even just trying to make yourself cry because it's not really a visual thing, but it's trying to sound like this is really hard, and it doesn't sound natural a lot of the time. You have to be very skilled to have genuine emotion, even if
Yeah.
it's kind of awkward
She was
sounding at
ill.
times. She sounds genuinely
Why?
upset.
I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore.
Although, did you know that she not only voices Claudia in Silent Hill 3, she also voices the voice of the English voice of the Japanese train system?
It's ridiculous.
And she's doing the Claudia voice?
I think I saw a meme once that was about the fucking train being like, "Oh hell no, Claudia on my train."
Curious. Is there anything I can... I kind of just stood here. I wanted to...
Yeah.
Nah. I do think it
But
is
I-
interesting to note all of the newspaper scattered all over the world, or there seems to be nothing of interest, but this one's a...
There's something very interesting to me about Paramount Arson, same as last time.
This puzzle never changed, by the way.
Okay.
So I can just... I was just double checking that that one was arson. It's once you know the answer, you can just pull the news. You don't even gotta look. If you just know this puzzle, you can go into this room, pull this news, and then go right back to the room you were meant to look to for hints.
Mm-hmm. But I'm gonna say something right now, and I 100% believe it. If JFK was a young man who was president right now in this current day of 2024, and he was the exact same man in every way, including his sexual habits, where he would straight up have horrific pain if he did not have sex, that man would 100% be fucking a girl built like Nikki or Ice Spice.
Yeah.
Or Megan Thee Stallion. He'd be all over beautiful women with huge asses.
Yeah.
He would make Jackie get a BBL.
We don't talk about how, like, really nice Jackie O's outfits were, I don't think. I don't think it's enough credit.
Oh, it's
That lady
worth
was
noting.
fashionable.
That was actually another thing about JFK is the family was very fashionable. That's why the Kennedys
Modern
have been
day, by the
called-
way.
Yeah.
I'm speaking modern day
Jackie Kennedy and all the Kennedys, really. The reason why they've often been
Maria?
compared to like
Maria?
American royalty in a way
Maria, no.
is
What happened to you?
a big part of that is because
Why?
they were very fashionable in a way that was, well, not rare, it was kind of uncommon for presidents at that point.
Yeah.
It's the same way that, like...
I would like to say no president was seen as trendy.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. Nope, every president was, he's kind of an older dude, he's either middle-aged or a bit older, they're not really trendy, but Kennedy was, and it's, I think in a way, kind of comparable to, like, the royal family throughout history, where they have the newest fashions, and what they wear defines trends.
Yeah.
I think the difference is, at one point, the leaders of our country were celebrities, but now I don't think that's really the case. Like, of course they're well known, but I won't call them celebrities. Like, if fucking Trump has a Gucci bag, nobody's like, damn, I need a Gucci bag like that.
There was, however, Goya Beans, that got off of a big popularity spike from having a, like, hell yeah from Trump.
Yeah.
And I genuinely had to ask my friend, who was more politics aware than me, to just be like, oh, I missed a health drink. And I can't go back. I had to ask, just like, okay, roll with me here. It might not be the accurate question to ask. Why are the beans racist? Because I heard the word racism spread around, and I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna assume that's part of the issue. And I had to be told the context, because the question was met with a cackle, but then was like, okay, so, telling me that I was on the right path, but I asked the question in such a way.
It's a thing of... How do I put this? You know the TV tropes page, Hitler ate sugar?
What?
Do you know the TV tropes page, Hitler ate sugar?
Well, maybe he was right.
Not by name? What's the trope?
Yeah, it's a trope of, oh, you're a vegan? Did you know who was also a vegan? It's guilt by association of...
Oh, okay.
It's the thing of, you know...
And the corpse can't laugh.
It's, what's a good example?
If anyone makes fun of me,
When...
just like that.
It's the case of where it's something in the brand of, oh, hey,
Have you gone
you
nuts?
know who also wore that brand
knew
of
it.
shoes?
You too.
This guy, and he was evil, and it's like, okay.
I mean, to be fair, I had to ask my friends, like, hey, have you guys been getting Hugo Boss ads on YouTube?
You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you?
That's a different case where that's explicitly
Yeah.
someone who kowtowed to the regime, of course. But it's more
Oh,
the
of
case of like
course.
something that's completely harmless and has no real association with someone, but like.
If I
you know,
recall
something
correctly, the Goya beans were also hell yeah to Trump.
Yeah. So in which case that is more of an issue. But it's one of those things where that always, you have to be careful about this sort of things, where whenever that's why I always watch it whenever somebody tries to be like, you know that thing you like, you know who also liked it? I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Like, you gotta give me a better reason to think.
So, now,
that
did this
something's
brand
bad.
work with that guy?
Then in which case I get what you mean. But trying
Yeah.
to tell me, oh, did you know that, like,
You know what it does to you, James?
this, like, Elon was like, damn, I really love Five Guys. We can't eat at Five Guys anymore. I'm like, calm down. That's not the activism you fucking think
Yeah.
it is.
Until it's, you are kowtowing to the regime, I don't give a shit if my favorite sandwich place is the favorite sandwich place of someone else. You know what I hate? That one of my most hated celebrities owns a sizable chunk of my favorite small town in the US.
Fucking Chappelle.
Fuck you, Chappelle. You not only have fucked over trans people with your bullshit, you have also fucked over the town I like. Not my hometown, but I loved going there. Fuck you.
The thing that I would love to tell right-ringers, because I constantly hear this, if you see this underneath any clip talking about Chappelle, you'll see a clip mentioning Chappelle's a genius. I don't know why all these snowflakes, that's not my term, I'm quoting
I thought I heard you were doing a voice.
Yeah, I was trying to do a voice. I don't know how much that would carry over the mic.
It's fair.
You know, Chappelle is a genius, and, you know, he's not being offensive, he's just trying to, you know, normalize snowflakes. They're so sensitive, they can't handle being talked about. They want to be normalized, they can't handle it. You want to be normalized by... Yeah, you can make jokes about
I have
trans
seen
people.
some really good trans jokes from cis comedians. It can be done, just don't be a bigot.
And also, I think there's a thing that's said a lot about how, like, the left cannot
Eddie?
meme or whatever, and that's not true.
That's
But I will
super
say-
not true.
That's super not true. But I will
I do think we get a little
say-
too. I do think we do get a little too in some of our memes,
No,
but like that's
I was
different.
actually about to say that.
A
That's
human
my
being.
one issue with it. Is I saw a version of the. I forgot what meme it was. It was
Subway
someone-
sandwich one?
Say that again.
Is it the Subway sandwich one?
Mary.
Yes, it was. It was Subway sandwich one where it said. It was saying of like.
Did you really die
But it
3
went out of
years
its way
ago?
to mention or her or her or they. And I'm like, listen,
This we are being made fun of for these punchlines.
you don't
Please,
have.
please do not give the enemy ammo.
Not only that, and also like it low-key ruined like a funny joke for me, because even though like I'm like, listen, you didn't need to do that. If somebody's offended because they saw a random meme that didn't use their correct pronouns, even though
That-
it couldn't have been accounted for, that's something that it's like, hey, calm down. It's not a thing that needs to be. It's just a term, you know? If
Yeah.
that makes any sense. Like, not saying that like
It's
you
like
know, like,
memes are not catered to the viewer. It is made by one person then posted elsewhere. It is not going to be likable.
No, I remember what
You
it
know?
was actually now. It wasn't Subway Sandwich. It was the Vin Diesel, where it's like a man, like of him like doing the it was like a real man knows not to talk bad about this thing.
That
It
meme.
made it changed it to be or she or they, and I'm like, listen, it's a very funny meme. It was a funny joke. I don't think I'ma be real. If you get offended because a random meme that was not made to cater to you. Specifically, like you as a human individual meant to reach a broad category. If that bothers you,
Evaluate some things.
you need to calm down a little.
I would
There's more
actually
important things.
recommend chill, maybe log off a little.
Yeah, by starting a meme that is literally just the CEO of Denny's is a capitalist running dog and his wealth must be seized and redistributing to the people.
That is badass. I do like that we bullied a corporation off of Tumblr. That is really funny.
That's a funny example of it. It's only the verboseness where it's like the thing about a meme can be verbose at times, but the thing about a meme, and I'm guilty.
Some of the
this
best
too.
screen texts are really long.
Yeah, it's one of those things though where I think you have to understand that if you linger too much on a certain point, it ruins a punchline.
Yeah, it makes it clumsy. We're not criticizing the message, we're criticizing joke delivery.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't want to be misinterpreted in any way.
Nice
I
Tumblr embedded
appreciate-
corporate meme accounts, yes.
Yep.
Although patient zero of sassy corporate meme accounts was Wendy's.
Yep.
As Denny's was not sassy, they just made shit posts.
Yep.
I do love this segment.
Oh, to death.
It is such a nice segment.
But yeah.
Oh,
no,
we
that-
actually do get to see the Island of Rebirth this playthrough, and they've reworked it to
Oh,
look
yeah.
different.
Actually, you know what? Not too bad. in
Not
this
too
game.
bad, because that means I get to see something new that is brand new.
Brand new for the enhanced edition. The
Something I will actually compliment, because I think it's cool.
But yeah, no, just end off that point. All I'm saying is, I've seen a plenty of memes that have a great message and are very much trying to say something that I 100% agree with as a leftist. It's just
Island,
that
huh?
sometimes,
Yeah.
sometimes you just gotta remember, you don't necessarily have to worry about certain things when you're making a bid, you know?
Yeah, like... Yeah.
But that's the only reason I mentioned that is because an island, huh? Like from Signalis?
Yes.
Mecca? Exactly. It's just like Signalis.
Just like Signalis. I can't
that
wait
is-
for the Signalis remake.
And worth noting, I've also already got it pulled up where we find the last item we need.
How far in is it, give or take?
Let me see. It is in the office where you listen to that recording.
Oh, not super far in.
Yeah, it's on the shelf right opposite that desk.
And
I
wh-
guess that's what I can
And
see
where
from
do I
the screenshot.
use these items? What do I do?
That's what I'm looking for now.
This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. It hasn't been.
Rebirth. Because the IGN guide is actually unclear, so I'm looking up another guide to specifically see where you need to go. Or what you need to do. Rebirth ending. To achieve the rebirth ending, you must first complete the game once to unlock and collect 4 ceremonial items and a new game plus. The required items are as follows. Once all 4 items have been collected, complete the game normally by defeating the final 2 bosses, and you will receive the rebirth ending.
Okay.
Note that if you collect and use the dog key on the 3rd floor of the hotel, you will receive the dog ending. That's only, yeah. So in theory, you could have gotten all the items, and you can choose to either go to the room where you unlock the door and you get the dog ending, or you can just complete the game normally, and as long as you have all 4 items, you will get the rebirth ending automatically.
Yes.
So after you get it's a book called the Crimson Ceremony, Book of Crimson Ceremony. As soon as you get that, you can just go through the game as normal.
I don't remember exactly what it's on the 3rd floor.
I don't remember either exactly what floor it's on, but
This floor.
We're-
This floor for sure. It's in the reading room. I need to go here. No, here. Okay, so there was a step in between those 2 things. Should have checked the front desk.
yeah.
But I believe that the reading room is always open. Alright. Is it like on a bookshelf or what?
It's on the bookshelf across from the desk. Not this desk, not the table, the desk with the radio. It is right there. Somewhere on one of these shelves. I don't know if it's specifically...
Wait. Okay, can
Wait,
you...
no, it's not this one. It's the one with the radio, with the headset.
When the radio is there, so we have to get to the other world.
I think
Or we
so,
have to...
yes.
We have to get to maybe the real world? Or the...
Let me...
I'd actually...
Wait, before we do anything, let me absolutely double check.
Because we're
It is found
clearly
in-
doing this route.
It is found in the 2nd floor reading room of the Otherworld version. So yeah, it is the Otherworld version. I missed that part. Okay, but it is
That's
this
fine.
room specifically in the Otherworld version. I want to double check because I forgot the radio only shows up in the Otherworld version.
I don't know if the password is also always null. For
I
the...
feels like it is, but I'll have that. But I also have that part of the guide pulled up still. The in there. The
I've actually seen that.
Yes, I have.
Fun movie.
If he had just
Weird
not
ass
gotten head while
adaptation.
driving.
That's true.
I can't believe. Literally, that's literally what causes everything. Is he was getting that sucky wucky.
That Glurk Glurk 9000.
That Gluck Gluck 9000 while driving, and he accidentally hit the child.
It's true. That child was certainly there.
Yeah, he was flatter.
Fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
You don't want me to.
Don't.
But no, I will say, specifically the thing about Chappelle is that I think Chappelle might actually think he's doing a good thing. But he's like, oh,
I don't think he thinks that nowadays. I think he's doubled.
Nowadays.
Now that he's doubled down by now, no.
I think he's doubled down by now. But I think initially,
He has.
I watched those clips when people were saying, it's like, okay, I want to form my own opinion on this guy. I want to form what the fuck is he saying? And what it was is he was talking about like, oh, you know, there's this trans girl I knew, and he ended up making very offensive jokes.
Yeah, and it was just like off-color jokes. Weird, out of place, uncomfortable, and it's like, hey man. And then he doubled down hard. And, like, essentially started grifting.
Absolutely.
And that's when I'm like, okay, you know what the come on now.
Yeah.
You're
absolutely.
old, but you're not an idiot.
And I think, and this is just a criticism I have of the man in general, even outside of his beliefs. Chappelle, Dave, and this goes for a lot of comedians, and I'm not afraid to say it.
One of the least funny motherfuckers on his own show, by the way. He had some good moments, but like Charlie Murphy.
Charlie Murphy. And his actual stand-ups, okay for the most part,
It's
like his early
fine.
stuff.
There is some untouchable shit in there, but like so does every
like,
classic comedian.
I will say, of his recent stuff, there's one thing where I'm like, okay, this is actually funny. I think maybe just because he's actually fucking telling a story. He's not going on rants about shit. He's just telling a story in a funny way.
Good storyteller.
He's a very good storyteller, I'll give him that. And it's the OJ bit in one of his recent specials. And his I forget how his name is pronounced, but the guy, Smollett, the guy who Empire during the election, the 2016 election, claimed that he got attacked in Chicago by MAGA supporters, and it was very sus, and it was ultimately proven that he lied about it. Say that again?
Oh, I just seem to have skipped this cutscene. Wait,
what?
She hasn't even drawn here. What? Okay, hang on.
Oh.
Did she draw it during the cutscene?
She draws during the cutscene.
Did I scare you?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but no.
I got hard stun locked.
Who's the guy who said that, like, oh, during the election I got attacked by MAGA supporters, and it was ultimately proven that he lied about it. And it was a big deal. It was a big thing. And he does a very funny bit about that. He does a funny bit about that for the most part, and his story where he talks about the 4 times in his life he's met OJ. That's a good bit. Those are his 2 good bits. I also am kind of fond of his thing about how, you know, he'll drive down the streets in Ohio and see white people fiending off opiates and be like, huh, hard to make me care. But that's less because I think it's funny and more because he's actually making a good point about, like, how white people acted during the crack epidemic. But I disagree with him that, like, that you should fucking care, my man. But I get what he means as someone who was alive during that period, where it's like,
yeah,
you know, he was alive in the 80s during the crack epidemic, so
Laura,
I can understand his point. But the actual thing about that
last week.
is Chappelle
3 years ago.
is a guy, and this goes for a lot of comedians.
Be here?
I know George Carlin is a comedian who is beloved
Beautiful place she
for decent enough reason. He has some very classic bits.
He's got classic bits. He was pretty consistent.
He's pretty consistent. But my thing with it is, while I agree with Carlin on some of the shit he says, well, like, on a whatever. My issue with it is, I can hardly remember any time Carlin made a
Laura.
Carlin just said shit. And I'm really tired
Sometimes
of,
literally him saying shit.
Yeah, and I'm really tired of this thing where comedians are like, I'm gonna give a fucking big rant about politics. And that's the bit. I'm like, tell a fucking knock-knock joke or something. I don't
Carlin
care.
is saved by his delivery.
His delivery.
Which is good. It's good delivery.
And that's what saves him. Is when he's talking about something and it's his delivery, and he's very good at sensationalizing things and giving a perspective on things, and that was what saved him. Chappelle and a lot of modern comedians, their bits are, I'm gonna tell you about something that's happening right now. I'm gonna give my perspective on it. And I'm like, man, I don't give a fuck.
I also do love the 7 words you can't say on TV. That is untouchable.
That's a good fucking bit because it feels like an actual joke, and it while saying something. But I'll say, much as I do love a lot of Carlin shit, there are some of those bits where I'm like, Georgie,
man. Georgie Porgy, come on now.
where's the funny, George?
You forgot the funny!
I love the.
Ah.
Where's the funny?
Bump. Wait. I am going the right way, yes?
Yes, I believe so.
That. Shit, okay, you've grabbed me. It's fine. 2 shotgun blasts and you're down. Test. Bang, bang, downtown. God, I've got to play the bass on stream.
God, they're so good.
I never played 2 all the way through. My friend had it, and I'm like, hey, can I give that a shot? And they're like, yeah, sure.
Here's the real question: favorite Bayonetta design, 1 or 2?
I actually really like 3.
I
I
like 3
really,
too.
really like the pigtails.
I like the pigtails a lot. I will say.
Okay, it's lose this time.
Short-haired Bayonetta goes hard.
Yeah. Okay.
The worst thing she can say is no.
Lol.
Lolk.
Okay, is lol or ew worse for you? I think it's ew.
I think it's ew.
But lol is also bad.
I think ooh is bad because lol is at least like she thought it was funny. Ooh is just that's just disgust.
Yeah.
Not even like I'm gonna laugh at you. It's just I'm gonna like look at you and do like the fucking Homelander gif.
How do we get elevator again?
This lowest floor, I want to say.
Yes. No. Assuredly not.
I remember it distinctly being like you have to go down some stairs into like the basement.
Oh, Mecha, you hit me right in the heart. It is oh sweet. I've got no sweetie. And it still ended up happening.
I think with Oh Sweetie, that's at least a little bit less because Oh Sweetie could be, oh, I'm sorry, you're cool, but I'm not into you, and like that's rough.
Oh Sweetie was I am dating someone, and I didn't know that. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
sorry. And then they broke up.
Yeah.
I am fine being a rebound.
Oh Sweetie is like kind of, it's like, oh, like I appreciate it, but no. Versus just, ew, because that means it was never gonna happen.
Yeah.
Or lol.
Shit. It's in here. Oh, Sweetie's really bad. Oh my god. I mean, I do associate it with still like, oh, but got laid anyways later. As in like, well, at least it still happened later.
I think the only thing is,
Granted, that was after a little bit.
If I got Oh Sweetie, it would fucking hurt, but it'd be a thing of just like, you know what? At least she didn't be like, you idiot.
Yeah, you're imagining a lot of pity, and I was imagining more, but like, I've still heard it.
Yeah.
That one did become a nut right now. I wasn't expecting it to, but it did. Where the fuck is the employee element?
This was actually really funny. I was talking to somebody about a crush. I was like, oh, this person I have a crush on, but like, I don't think, they're all that interested. We're friends, but I don't think they'd be interested in me specifically because I'm very masculine in my appearance, and while they're not entirely against that, they lean way more sapphic. And I'm like, they probably wouldn't be into me purely because I don't To be fair, my voice is a lot higher when I hear it in recordings because it's a lot more nasally, but
Yeah.
when I hear my voice, it sounds a lot bassier because it rings around your fucking skull. And stuff like that. I have, like, facial hair, and I have long hair, and all this stuff. Very masculine presenting. And they hit me with the, I'm about to run a bit, and I went, okay. And they fucking replied to it with just, I appreciate it, but no thank you. And even that, though that was a bit, I'm like, damn, fuck. If I heard that shit, I'd die.
I'd die.
Seriously, if they were like, if they hit me with the, I appreciate it, but no. That would hurt.
Yeah. Now, I have also been the one to, I appreciate it, but no.
But the difference is with I appreciate it, but no, is I appreciate it, but no can be just a soft letdown, or it can be, like, hard, you know? It all depends
Yeah.
on the context and the tone. It's same thing with Oh Sweetie. Oh Sweetie could be like, but Oh Sweetie could very much be like a pity thing. It's like, hey, I appreciate it, but no. And I could be like, I appreciate it. No, I'm not interested. And that sucks. But it's like, it's
Could
whatever.
be worse.
It's not like disgust of like, what the fuck do you think you are? That's, oh.
I have also hit someone with a, what the fuck do you think this was?
Ultimately, of course, that also depends on the context of how they came at it. I'm always assuming
Yeah.
it as what I would do in that situation. So let's make something very clear. That could be an entirely justified statement to somebody if they're being a creep. Or they're being weird, or whatever.
They had been, like, consistently weird for a while and asked me out, and I just went, what the fuck do you think this is?
Yeah. 100% some shit like that. And
Get that chaser shit out of here. It's in my head.
And that's a thing that I think is, depending on the situation, that type of shit can be entirely justified, but whenever it's like, what is the worst thing she could say to you, is I'm always batting it from my perspective, where I like to think, I'd come at it from, like, hey, and do it what I like to think is the right way. Not,
Right.
like, be a fucking weirdo about it.
Dark to read the map. Scratching him.
Yeah.
She does not understand work hours.
She's never had a job.
Yeah.
That's not true. She's had a job. You know what her job is? Being cute.
It's true.
It's like a sugar baby. Cats are the sugar babies of animals.
Yeah, I prefer that relationship to that of a dog. I don't need a dog.
Cats are the sugar babies of animals in that they don't really do much. They just kind of, they're cute, you get to pet them, and all you have to do is feed them and take care of them.
You get to pet him if you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
I don't remember where the bar is from here, so we're just gonna try most.
Here's the difference. A cat girl would survive the apocalypse, a puppy girl would not.
Yep.
Nor would a puppy boy.
Dogman, though.
Dog
It loops
man
back
would
around to
survive.
the Dogman.
It's always about the dog man. One of my favorite concepts, that's a very modern concept, and very much a social media born one, is the idea that Bigfoot and Dogman coexist and they fight. They're mortal enemies.
So I don't know about them fighting, but I do think one exists. Why not the other?
And to be fair, there are people who have claimed to see it, and you know what? I don't think all of them are lying, but I don't know. My thing is, it's hard when it comes to cryptid stuff. You have to be very careful about who you're speaking to, because people would do lie for attention.
Yes.
But there's a lot of people who will cry and sob and be like, I saw Bigfoot.
That was not a deer's face.
Exactly, it's the exact same thing where it's like, I'm telling you right now, it was not a man. It was too big to be a man. You know, I know you can exaggerate size. It was too big to be a man, and it looked like a Bigfoot. And I've seen videos, I've heard audio of people who are crying, and you know, maybe they're actors, and maybe they're just really good, and maybe they are lying for attention. They may have not actually seen it. Maybe they imagined it. Maybe they. But
Appeared to me in a dream.
All I'm saying is, as someone who is, well, I've not interviewed many witnesses. I have seen a lot of interviews with witnesses who were with us claimed witnesses. I don't know if all of them have seen something for real, but I know there are some of them who I absolutely 100% believe, way more than not, who I absolutely believe saw something.
Yeah,
I don't know
and
what it
like,
was,
my
but
not
they
dear
saw
story.
something.
I don't even mentally call it the not dear story outside of it being a bit, but I also don't know what the fuck it was. I don't know what else it could have been. I kind of have to believe in monsters for a second.
It's a thing where
I know what
actually
I know what I didn't see.
the not dear story is a really good example of that for me with you, and I can use it as a very good example because I've experienced before. Not only are you my friend, a friend
Yeah.
I've known for a very long time and who I trust. And yes, sometimes we lie for a bit.
Yeah.
Because you're my friend, and because I've heard you tell it vocally, I know, absolutely, without a doubt, you have no reason to lie about that. Not that I ever, for a second, thought you were, but it's more the thing of, like, you know, using you as an example that to compare to other witnesses as well. People who are like, I saw something. You're not saying, like, oh, you know, you saw something. And I don't think anybody could look at you and be like, no, you didn't. Because, like,
I can tell you where it happened, about when it happened.
You saw
and
something.
I know what I didn't see, for sure.
The question, you know what? They can argue all day about maybe you saw this, maybe you saw that.
I
But
don't
you know
know.
what? But no, don't. Also, because, like, listen, with not your story specifically, I get that there's a lot of issues with that. Because I'm gonna be real, the whole thing of somebody saw a bear for me with Bigfoot, I'm tired of that shit. Where people's like, oh, this person probably saw a bear. These people do not seem to realize if most of these witnesses are not people who are like, I've never been in the woods before. I've seen a lot of people, and of course you do occasionally get, you know, fucking Joe City, Joe New York or whatever, who like goes out, he's not used to it, he sees something, he's like, I don't know what it was. It's like, okay, well, you don't really know it. I believe that you have told me you saw something, but I'm not sure what it was. I'm not sure if you know what it was. And then there are a lot of people, and there's way more people like this than is given credit for.
No, like, for my story, it's like, look, it could not be a cryptid. I would kind of like it to not be one, in this instance.
Yeah, you'd like for it to just be, oh, my eyes play tricks on me, or something.
Or just, like, I saw something else. But I know what a deer with wasting disease looks like. I know what a deer looks like. I've seen them all my fucking life. That was the profile of a deer. That was a man's face.
And from what you've described to me, from what you saw of it, it was not like some sort of like weird mutation or injury.
Also,
it was a formed man's face.
From what I can recall.
And yeah, I believe you. I have no reason not to. That's my
Let's
thing with
watch
cryptids
this
and witness
videotape.
statements.
As you were.
Are you taping again?
Come
on.
But that's very much my thing with cryptids, is a lot of witnesses, I think, see something.
I don't know why.
The real
I
question is,
just
what are
love
they
it
seeing?
here.
Not are they seeing something?
So
Because I 100% believe a lot of these people do. Because I don't see why
know
would
what
you
I
lie
heard?
about it?
This
There's a
whole
lot of things where
area
people
used
will
to
lie
be
for
a
attention,
sacred
but the thing about
place.
the people who are lying about their encounters,
I think I can see why.
they can't resist it
leave.
a lot of the time. The people who
Please
genuinely
promise
lie
you'll
about
take
these,
me again, James.
they cannot resist to add more. they need to add more. If a story is consistent over the years, and I'm convinced, generally I think they saw it. But
Yeah.
I have a method of spotting people who I think who are lying about the truth. And the story will usually start out pretty simple. I saw some, whatever. And
Yeah.
it'll either become, I saw it again, I saw it again, I saw this.
I saw it
portal
once.
door. Yeah.
To be fair, I was only there for 2 days. That was the last day of the work.
Yeah. With that,
Actually,
like,
no, because we never actually spent the night there, because, like, why would we?
Yeah. So, that's the thing I've used as a method is there are people in the world who, when they lie about, like, oh, I saw a Bigfoot, or I saw a dogman, or I saw a not deer, a lot of the time when they lie about it, they can't resist the urge to add some more. Or be like, they tell the story again, like, oh, they add a little detail.
I try
They
to
add
keep my
more.
story straight. In everything,
Yeah.
really. If I add something, it's because I remembered it. But, like...
Oh, yeah.
But I'll also
absolutely.
be like, hey, person who's heard this before, I do remember there's a detail I forgot last time.
Yeah. Specifically when
Which
I
is
say
rare.
that. Which is rare. But the thing about when I say that is, it's never like a little detail usually. It's a big detail. And it's not like, oh, I can't really fully explain it, but there is a lot of examples I've seen of people who absolutely were like, oh, I saw Bigfoot, and I can tell they're lying. Because they're like, oh, this shit happened, and they make it wild, and they make it bombastic, but not in a bombastic way that it already is. They need their story to be unique. They can't just be, oh, I was driving down the road and I saw a Bigfoot run across the road. It is, oh, I saw this, and then it fucking ripped ass at me and shot shit all over my fucking windshield or whatever. They have to make
Like a rhino.
like a fucking rhino. They need
I
to
saw
do that shit.
Mary's.
I saw a video of a rhino pressing up against the glass once. just
Liar, that's a lie.
and just shitting.
No, that's not true.
I had to conjure it back into my mind, so you have to be aware of it too.
No.
It was up against the glass. It didn't break anything. There was like a little kid standing there.
Mecca's absolutely right. Anything in the air can be a UFO if you're bad enough at identifying objects.
Yeah, no. Because, like, when someone says, I saw a UFO, I don't immediately think alien saucer. I just think you don't know what that is.
When I think
You saw something, though.
I knew it. You
Nowadays,
care about her. I hate you, James.
whenever I hear, I really like the more modern term that's kind of trendy right now of UAP, because a
Yeah.
lot of times someone's like, I saw an object. That makes you think of a craft or a shape.
Why?
A lot of time people are like, I saw something. I'm like, okay, what'd you see in the air? I saw an egg-shaped thing, and it was glowing, and it was not moving like a plane. It turned in a way that I can't do. A plane can't do. It did on a dime.
Sorry.
I don't know what it was. And that stuff could be any type of thing. If that does not necessarily mean it's an alien, it could be anything. But there is. You saw something.
Isn't here.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was fucking like some ball lightning or whatever. But if you saw something and you don't know what it was, and I believe you.
I won't always
I'm very
believe
much
the
a
alien. But,
Yeah.
no.
And I'm gonna be real.
Oh
I
my
was
god,
a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit-
I hurt my face smiling.
That rhino.
That was like the grossest story I've ever told on stream.
And like with like a Bigfoot story. Most Bigfoot stories I encounter are pretty normal. For Bigfoot stories anyway, they're wild because it's like a thing that seemingly doesn't exist, but it's usually something that's really consistent. I saw it, it was there, and the thing that's interesting is the behavior is consistent as well.
That voice.
There's a lot of emphasis on it moved in this way. It swayed. Swaying is a very common thing in Bigfoot stories, is
Yeah.
it swayed out of a tree. And it does this very specific, like, huh, 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 huh. It's like when you're playing in Siege and you press E, Q, E, Q.
Doing the wiggle.
E, Q. You're doing the wiggle. It's swaying back and forth.
Okay, so
behind
we've
the
got to
tree.
get to the reading room.
Yes, you gotta get to the reading room now. And to get that fucking book, and then from there on, it's fine sailing. And
Play as normal.
play as normal. Just get to where you defeat the final two bosses. And Yeah, but with like there's very
Ah! Let's read this book. Would you like to
oh,
take
yeah,
this book?
actually.
Heed my
Sure.
words and speaketh them, proud figurants of life which flies towards the heart.
Holy shit. The title is Crimson Ceremony. Speak, I am the Crimson One. The lies in the mist are not they, but I. You all know that I am one. Yes, and the one is I. Believers, hearken to me. 20 score men and 7,000 beasts. Heed my words and speaketh them to all, that they shall ever be obeyed, even under the light of the proud and merciless sun. I shall bring down bitter vengeance upon thee, and thou shalt suffer my eternal wrath. The beauty of the withering flower and the last struggles of the dying man, they are my blessing. Thou shalt ever call upon me and all that is me in the place that is silent. Oh, proud fragrance of life which flies towards the heart. O cup which brims with the whitest of wine. It is in thee that all begin.
So I think that Silent Hill 3 actually makes reference to the All That Begins. Claudia calls back to a Where It All Began in Silent Hill.
Oh.
This is basically a English translation of native magic. Not gonna listen to that this time. Don't need to. We're going for a specific ending, that moves the needle. I'm moving the needle!
Specifically, I pulled on my fire and brimstone preacher voice to read that. I felt it was appropriate.
You will have to watch the stream, but I was smiling because I knew what this book was. And it's like, no, Pitches has to read this one. I'm gonna offer the layup.
Offer the tag team.
It is up to Baton Pass.
Baton Pass.
I have to get to the right side.
Right.
SpongeBob took 20 Benadryls. Wait, is it actually the floor I have to do this in?
But yeah, the thing about Bigfoot stories and why I find them so fascinating, Bigfoot's one of my favorite cryptids, even though Bigfoot is a cryptid that often gets overlooked, and people are like, you know, Bigfoot's just Bigfoot, it's just a big ape man in the woods, right? The reason why it's so fascinating to me is not only because I like giants, and I like apes, and if you combine those two things, that's badass, but also...
White boy jump scare. Thought I forgot.
You thought we forgot, we didn't. I
also like that it is the alternate. Still gives that nowhere imagery for me.
Yeah, it does. But yeah, no, that's the exact reason why I think Bigfoot is such a fascinating cryptid, is because there is such consistent...
It's a big ape.
It's a big ape, and not only is that cool to me, but also it's the consistency of the behaviors.
Like, it's pretty understood what a Bigfoot is.
Yeah, and what it does, like, how they walk, the noises they make, they throw rocks, they do swaying, The question becomes if it's real, and I do kind of personally lean towards I think it's more likely than not, but I'm not saying that it is absolutely a case, but there's something going on consistently enough that people are seeing something. It's not like somebody saw a Bigfoot 60 foot and nobody. People still see Bigfoot now.
Yeah, people are still talking Bigfoot.
There were Bigfoot sightings all the time.
Was there a cutscene last time we took the elevator? Was it just loading screen?
I think there was a cutscene.
No? Oh, no, I remember. We're doing this right.
Okay.
We have to go through the bar. Also, our flashlight no longer works, but we can read dark now.
One of my favorite things is people telling stories from Alaska.
Ah,
Bigfoot
Alaskan
encounters.
Bigfoot.
But you know why it's so fun cool? Because sometimes you'll get like, I saw a Bigfoot, it was like the size of a fucking tree, it was 15 feet tall.
Yeah.
And that shit's fucking awesome.
So you want me to try
Very.
to take out Chainsaw or Pyramid Head with Chainsaw?
I think you should have the duel.
Think I should try.
I think you should try. I'm not saying you absolutely have to, but if you can, give it a shot.
Okay, I
That
might
is
have to
my
damage
opinion.
buff myself a couple times. Yeah, we're just playing the hits here. I still think this playthrough's gonna be shorter by like a couple minutes.
Absolutely.
That means in an afternoon, I can show someone all of Silent Hill 2.
I was looking for
Yeah.
you. Now you're the
Well,
only one left.
Closer to like 7, if we factor in Born from a Wish, but that can be like
Rest.
the one after, no?
Yeah.
Mom, why are you running away?
But I have to be the one at the controls.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not my mama.
To keep that speed.
It's
Oh,
it's
yeah.
you.
You've played the game before, you generally know what you're doing, and if
I
you
played
forget
this game
something,
a
it's
lot
either.
of times.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Probably my most replayed game.
I think
At least for completions.
my most replayed game for completions is
Thank
Dishonored
you for
1.
saving me.
Dishonored one's up there for me. I
I wish
subscribe
I
to
had-
the philosophy largely of like, why replay when I can play something new?
Generally, yeah.
Deserved what happened.
Like, hey, how many playthroughs have you done of Undertale? Like 3! But they all did different things, and like, I don't really come back to games that have static endings.
No,
I guess I played
I-
through the original and the first port
I'm not
Of-
worth it.
Last of Us.
Yeah.
Like, all of the replays I've done recently are just
You
for the
think you
channel.
can save me. Will you love me?
Dead Rising, I've done a couple of those.
Take care of me. Heal all my
I
pain?
guess in my case, it is specifically a case of I
That's
rarely
what I
will
thought.
replay a game back to back.
Oh, this is, like, rare for... This is
Yeah,
stuff I save for, like, oh, the remake's coming out. I have a copy of this.
Yeah.
Let me
Let me
refresh
remind
myself.
Give me
What is this compared to? I don't want the perfect image in my mind. I want
I won't.
now. What is the game like in my head?
saving it for yourself.
The I replay games a bit more than that, but I
I'd
will
never do it
rarely
myself.
replay a game. Like, I will rarely, like, beat, like, a game and then immediately replay it. Usually I'll, like, take a break or I'll play another game.
Yeah.
There are some games that are exceptions. I replayed Dishonored, like, back-to-back, but that's because I was like, holy shit, that was so good.
But you're like,
wanna-
oh, I gotta see Chaos now, or I gotta see, you know?
Yeah, I specifically
It's
was like,
hot as
I want to
hell
do a
in here.
Ghost playthrough, and I want to do a Clean Hands playthrough for
You
my
see
second
it
playthrough,
too.
and I accidentally did a Ghost playthrough too.
I mean, those two kind of go hand in hand sometimes.
Always.
So they
like
absolutely
this.
do, but the thing is, like,
Clean Hands
My
is just
second
no
ever-
kills, right?
Clean Hands is no kills, but the fact that it was also you can
Does that
very
factor
much
in
like
weakness?
yeah, it counts weepers.
Hmm.
Because it's the thing about the killing isn't
just
just
like
that you're
seeing
killing
her off.
people. Yeah. It's not just about the killing. More bodies means the rats eat more.
Yup.
Means more. It's not really about like, oh, we need to, you know.
Now, if you only kill Weepers, you will get low Chaos.
It depends on how many weepers you kill.
There's not enough in the game to...
Yeah, generally. But
You can
it's
kill
one
like
of those-
18 stage.
The Dishonored 2 is a bit more. Actually, has a very interesting take on it in that in Dishonored 2, you can do a playthrough where you can use the heart to use it on somebody, and if you get like told like, oh, you got to get it from the other side.
Yeah.
In Dishonored 2, you can use the heart to like be like, is this guard like a good guy or a bad guy? And if you kill him because if he's a good guy,
Holy shit. Oh yeah, we're gonna shave like an hour.
yeah, absolutely we are. In Dishonored 2, like you can use the heart, and if you kill like a good guy, it'll add to your chaos. And if you kill like if you come up and on a guy with the heart and it's like he likes to gritty on child's corpses. One time this guy like saw a dead grandma and he went damn and pissed on her corpse. And you kill him, it does not add very much chaos at all, to the point that you can't do a playthrough.
Because
chaos.
you're killing a guy who existing will cause more chaos. Also, this scene where she gets skewered specifically in the HD collection, I don't know about nowadays. I think they fixed it. But
Yeah.
her eye texture on one eye was her teeth texture.
I've seen that screenshot.
Genuinely kind of scary.
I was weak. That's why I needed you.
Like this speech and this
Someone to punish me for my sins.
framing.
Now imagine him saying this and then getting up to fight them with
That's all
a
I
fucking
want.
chainsaw.
I
I don't gotta imagine shit.
Now it's time to end this.
Okay. Okay, so we start with an ampoule. Okay. Am I thudding? Yes.
Fuck, okay.
No, we'll be fine. We're doing the duel.
Yeah, this is the duel.
And heal now. Alright. Now first aid kits. We have enough health to do this.
Yeah.
You just gotta be on top of item usage. We did it! We did the chainsaw duel! Standing here, I realize you were just like me, trying to make history.
But who's to judge the right from
That actually
wrong?
works here.
When the God is down, I think we'll both agree. I love the fucking silence breeds silence.
But in the end, it has to be this way!
If that song did not play over that fight, I genuinely think that fight would be a little less cool.
Yeah.
Not even.
It's a fight of
exaggerating,
ideals.
Because fighting Armstrong and the songs
Man,
going,
we're also just
maybe
gonna
me
sprint
and
through
him ain't so
these.
different.
We already listened to all of this. I'm just gonna.
I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
To anyone that is upset about me goofing about this, fuck y'all, you watched it.
Fuck
If
y'all.
if you've been this far in, I'm just saying, you were here for the goofy. I telegraphed all my shit.
We're gonna talk about the Bigfoot.
We're gonna talk about Bigfoot. We're gonna do chainsaw duels with Pyramid Head. We're gonna start blasting.
I'm, you know.
We're gonna
but I'm
talk
really
about
honest.
rhino shit over your wife being murdered.
That's what James was thinking about.
I was doing it so I wouldn't dwell on that scene because I forgot. Also didn't want to change the audio for that scene. I'm curious who this is gonna be. I have been playing this completely differently.
Yeah, you've not been
James.
Has low health.
Maria, I'm finished with you.
What? But I'm what you wanted. Mary's dead.
Oh!
Understand?
So,
Is this in water?
this might be
Now
leave.
back. But I can be yours.
I think this is
I'll be here for
leave.
you forever.
I think this is leave.
Because I
won't
remember
hurt
the
you like
camera
she
angle
did.
being different as well.
So why don't you want me?
Well, Maria is cruel in water.
Because you're not
He's
Mary.
like, Mary? And she's like, heh, wrong again.
I
Yeah,
just
this is leave.
can't go on.
Oh, James. Come on, James. You must be joking.
This also might be different for Rebirth. I don't know if Rebirth gets a different... but it can be Mary as the final boss.
Yeah.
That's a sign for me that I fucked up. Aha, guess who has only done the Maria ending just to do it the once?
Mm-hmm.
Dot, 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 dot. Okay, while we're here, reload. First aid kit. But yeah, this is either leave, Laura, or a unique one for Rebirth. You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, I heard a noise. I'm just making sure.
Weird. I didn't hear anything. I may
It
have,
sounded like a mouth noise or like a exertion, but like, did you adjust yourself in your chair?
I did.
That.
I adjust myself and kind of made like a...
No, I do it all the
Noise.
time.
Yeah,
I do it
okay.
all the time. I'm just making sure that wasn't like a noise of like stress.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I was a lot more, like, when I say stress, not like in a bad way. I say more emotional
No, exertion.
stress last night. Because I'm like...
Yeah!
Exertion, because yeah.
But also
This
that
one-
ending!
That ending.
My favorite for a reason. But also, like, the way I play. I believe that genuinely, the way that you play James really does speak to, like, what ending you get. Because, like, any ending you get would make sense for the sort of gamer you, sort of person you are that is playing this game.
Yeah. If you show a lot of, if you stay on high health and shit, and you get the lore ending, that's a James who
He has moved on.
he's realized, you know, Mary wanted me to live, and I did an evil thing to her. So I'm going to instead spend my life giving this little girl a good life.
Which is good. At the same time, I have one small problem with that ending.
What is it?
What happens when they get to the car?
What happens when they get to the car?
Mary's right there.
In the back seat, yeah.
Backseat. Also, we just straight up don't have the letter anymore. It disappears no matter what. Let's see if I can't end it in the fun way.
I think you have to...
Is there, like, a specific way to...
do an overhead? That's what I swear there's an overhead attack
I
with
swear
those.
there is.
Well.
Oh well. We'll just do it in the way I do it every time. Oh well. Yeah, Rebirth!
Yep.
Alright, let's see what this new island looks like. I like how abrupt it is.
Mary, you look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on.
So this being partially a Pet Cemetery reference
Without you, Mary.
genuinely makes it happen afterwards.
Silent Hill. The old gods haven't left this place,
Okay, so if
and they
your
still
partner
grant
killed
power
you,
to those who venerate them.
Yeah.
but then revives you,
Power to defy even death.
what would you do?
That's a good question.
Ooh, that's a good island. Okay. By the way, this is always out on the water. It's to the west. I don't know if you can sail the boat there. Paddle it, I guess. Ooh.
I have heard the term drive a boat. I've also heard a term. It's also
Row.
a term like drive a horse.
Yeah, I still feel dumb whenever I say it.
Because like when you like drive a horse, what you're doing is you're driving it on, and that was a term that was eventually used for like
Ooh, this track. Ooh, I like it. Feels very 2000.
And that is the rebirth ending.
That is the rebirth ending. However, we did have a different plan than what was than what we ended up doing. Because I forgot a detail. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm on the
that's
cabaret
new.
screen actually. I'm just gonna skip these credits.
Yeah.
We don't need to sit through more credits. So we have 2 out of 4 endings plus 1. See, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Total
9.
time,
I don't know if that is
3
a
hours,
5.9
6 seconds.
or a 9.5.
But still, that's pretty good.
Oh yeah. Save clear data. Okay. I need to find out where these are saved because I do want to actually have a save of Silent Hill. I do. That I'll just go back to. Or it's a thing I can give someone else.
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all give me like a couple minutes. I desperately need to use the bathroom, but I also need to queue up the next stuff. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go on play some Silent Hill music. Hope to God I don't get copyright struck. Actually, wait, no. I'll just make this a separate VOD because from here we'll watch some of the extra endings, and then the launch trailer for the remake.
Yep. And while you get up for a minute to use the bathroom, I'm also gonna do the same thing. Refill my drink.
Yeah,
Same
no.
thing, just real quick needs to be done.
Be back in 5.5 minutes, so
Okay.
give or take. So be right back. Have a good rest of your night, everyone. For the VOD audience, should be a smaller upload.